Okay. Okay.
Anyway, by 10, anybody that is, by 10, if we don't see Sam, you will take his position. Huh? That's why I said you have to start by 10. Huh? Yeah, 9. Sam. From 10, this is quarter to 10. From 10, you come and take the first paper. The person with the first paper hasn't landed. Huh? They are not hearing us now. Are they?
Yeah, we've gone live. We've gone live.
What?
We've gone live, sir.
So people out there are hearing this.
This right?
Yeah. So where will I be touching to be moving it? So we're live now.
Yes.
How long ago?
Just a few minutes ago.
How many people are there now?
I'll check.
Up to 5?
No.
You send those pictures to the phone? Not yet.
No.
That's not a problem. That's it now.
Yes, I want to be sure that people can see it.
People can see the paper. But I hope they won't see everything because I'm not presenting everything now.
I mean, when you stop,
Okay, yeah.
I think
Either.
so you can be going down.
Where? Okay. Yeah. Good morning, gentlemen and ladies. Apologies that we are starting a bit late. This is 9:47, but we make up with it because our first paper will still go on as planned. By 10 o'clock, the first paper will start. My name is Chief Blakey Okwudili Ijezie, FCA ITE-OZUBULU NINE. I'm the convener chief host of this seminar tagged Blakey's National Economic Seminar. It's going to be a serial bi-monthly pro bono seminar, meaning that every 2 months we all congregate here and see how we tackle the economic challenges in Nigeria, with a view to a lot of people joining my class, early retirees, and enjoying life. My mantra, as most of us know, is YOLO. You only live once. Retire young, enjoy life. Why work till you are 60, 70, or even 80? Working. When will you enjoy the fruits of your labor? Personally, I thought I would retire at 50, year 2010, but man proposes, God disposes. But I eventually retired at 54. So this seminar is actually trying to look at the challenges of current economic environment in Nigeria, targeted, and we are targeting mostly the youth, people who are in their 20s, early 30s, so that they will see how to manage their financial resources, invest rightly, so that they can retire. Whenever they retire, they will enjoy life. They shouldn't depend on their children for well-being. Because as you people know, probably it's an exception to see where children help their fathers. Children more or less were tagged along with the mothers, and in most cases, the mothers are not the people paying the school, that pay the school fees. So, gentlemen, you people should always see how you invest right, so that in your old age, you can be having stream of income and enjoy yourself. If your children are good enough and take care of you in old age, that's a bonus. But let's not depend on them. So that is essentially the aim of this objective of this seminar, to let people know how they can make it while they are young, so that by the time they are retired, voluntarily or forceful, or because the person has reached the mandatory retirement age, the person can cope till the bare toes. And these days, because of the environment and good nature, etc., the bear hardly toes before 80, 90. So some people will live long to enter centenary age, 100 years. So if the person didn't make good enough plan for his retirement while he's still working, there could be problems. So we've assembled 4 eminent keynote speakers. 3 of them are already in the house. And myself, I'll be taking on the keynote speech at by 12 noon. This is just introduction. So the 4 keynote speakers we have are Charles Fakroha. Charles Fakroha will be looking at the unlocking your financial freedom. That's he will give us an overview. But unfortunately, he's supposed to be the first speaker, but he hasn't come in. Probably he's stuck on the traffic. But the other 3 speakers are here, so we defer his own until he comes. So by 10, we will have our first speaker, and his name is Pastor Sam Opugo. He's already in the house, and he will be telling us the impact of microfinance banking and economic development. So for some of us that would like to patronize microfinance banks, and for some of us that would like to be investors owning microfinance banks, that's Sam's area of core competence. I became acquainted with Sam in year 2016 when I relocated back from ITE-OZUBULU, where I had planned to set up a microfinance bank. So when I relocated 2nd January 2016, I said what I can do at ITE-OZUBULU, I can do in Lagos here. So Charles helped me to get a couple of microfinance institutions that I would buy over and have majority shareholding. But like I told him this morning, that was 9 years ago. man proposes, but God disposes. I didn't make it, or I didn't come to fruition, but my friendship with Sam remains till date. And the good thing I have is that once I see you as a very good friend, you will remain my friend forever. So Sam, you'll be my friend forever. But unfortunately, you won't be taking the first paper because the man who will be taking the first paper, he works with time. He knows that his first paper will start by 10, and he's here before 10, 6 minutes to 10. So as soon as I finish by 10, Charles Fakroha, I used to call him Mr. Charles Fakroha. He always corrects me that he's not a Mr., that he's Dr. Charles Fakroha. So Dr. Charles Fakroha will take on the first paper an overview of unlocking your financial freedom. He's an eminent stockbroker, tutor, lecturer, etc., etc. He hosted me 2 Fridays ago at Broad Street Radio. So he's the man behind Broad Street Radio. And he's a Liverpool fan, but we will snatch him during the period. He must come to Arsenal because he has Arsenal quality. Charles, we'll buy you over to come over to Arsenal. So Charles will be taking the first paper. Thereafter, Ugo, Sam will take the second paper, which is, like I said, the impact of microfinance banking on economic development. Thereafter, we meet the Doyen. The third paper will be handled by the Doyen of the registrars. He's no other than Dickin Basel Aharanwa. I've known him for probably 20 years when he was still undergoing how to corner the market. Then he was an officer at Diamond Bank Securities, and it was located at Norman Williams Street, Ikoyi. That was over 20 years ago. But today, Diamond Securities has transformed into Centurion Registrars Limited. And the King Basse is the chief executive. So if you go to Centurion Registrars in Ikoyi here, but it's this side of Ikoyi, the other one was southwest. This one is the main Ikoyi. Just ask for the Oga and mention my name. The door will be opened for you to see Basse. Basse, you're welcome. So Basse will be telling us majorly how to build multiple income streams. Like I said, if you have war chest, you won't depend on your children or anybody to live your life till the bell tolls, probably after 100 years. So as soon as Basse finishes, he will drop his phone number so that anybody can always reach out to him. Then, after Basse, the fourth paper that will happen between 11:30 to 12 will be done by somebody I'm meeting for the first time today. But Emeka Atuma, you've heard what I said. Try and be a good person so that my friendship with you will last. If you are not, I drop you by the side. So Emeka Atuma is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of Nigeria. And he holds a master's degree, MBA, from Manchester University Business School. And his CV is loaded. I don't know where to start. But the one that pricked my sense, that made me to start looking for him to come over here today, is the one I saw on, it was CFO of United Capital PLC. United Capital is a spring off from United Bank for Africa PLC. Tony Elumelu, my very good friend, Bouchard as it were, United Bank for Africa, into 3-4 companies, and most of them are equally listed at the stock exchange. You have African Prudential, you have the United Capital, you have the UBA, you have so many of them. And now you have Transport Power, Transport Hotel, Transport anything. And he's moved into health insurance, health this, health that. So that's the man that I snatched to come and tell us something, how we can use data-driven strategies for diversifying income streams. So as soon as Bax finishes with building multiple income streams, Emeka will take us on how we can use data to diversify it so that it will be just coming. Like the Okit and there's the one in Anambra State. Once you meet them, the money will be coming. But Soludo has blocked them now. So probably those there's the one and the Okit people, the people patronizing them will be online now to listen to Charles, to listen to Emeka, to see how they can use data to diversify their income stream. So Emeka is currently working at a Director of Finance and Investments, Nigerian Institute of Management. And he's undergoing another master's course, probably on machine learning and artificial intelligence. And I know it wouldn't end there. After that, he will go for doctorate. If the money is not there, I will sponsor you. So that's the four key paper presenters we have. Let me see the time. It's 10 o'clock. So I'm going to come and take the stage. But after these four people, I will come back by 12. Because I'm the organizer, I'm giving them 30 minutes, but my own will be 1 hour. Because mine will be to structure what they have already said into a package. So that people here who haven't retired will understand that retirement is it. And that you have retired doesn't mean that passive income are not coming. Basil, am I right? Thank you. So this is Charles. Charles, take over.
I'm supposed to moderate. Thank you. Where is the... Don't worry. Okay, I can put my water here. I even have my presentation here. Are you sure this is my paper? Okay. How many slides? Very few, have you?
Yes.
Okay, because I have a lot I will say. So I will just be... Where is that? Is there any links? Somebody was asking me they want to get the link so that they can.
There's no link.
I know. Yeah. So I will just be pressing here, right? Yeah. Okay. Yes. Good morning, please. You are welcome to this very important conference, and I'm happy we started on time. Like the convener have said, my name is, let me be humble, Charles. But I'm so happy that we are seated here, and like he has mentioned, I'll be unlocking your financial freedom. Yes, it's, I am not from EFCC, I'm a stockbroker. And we have been involved in talking about finance for quite some time now. But Nigerian budget has not been passed, and we're told that the president, has the budget been passed? No. Okay, that is the president. Okay, it's today. The president has increased it and all that. But the question I want to ask, why did the budget go to see the doctor? Yes, the budget went to see the doctor.
You are the doctor now.
Yes, because it was a little tight. That's why. Now, when we are talking about financial freedom, financial security, financial independence, it's quite a lot. But yes, people can use these three terms interchangeably. There is a little different. We are not going to go into that detail. But if you say financial freedom, and I keep telling people, if I carry a bag, my bag now, full of dollars, and I'm walking at the pedestrian bridge by 2 or Sele or Oshodi, would that money give me security? It will not give me security. But we are talking of financial security. Now, when we say financial independence, financial freedom, they can be the same thing. But there are different levels. What is financial freedom for Mr. A might not be financial freedom for Mr. B. We have to understand that. Now, today, I'll be here to take you through. I'll be very fast. But first, what is financial freedom? Unlocking your financial freedom. What does that mean? Taking control of your finances for a secured future. Now, if we picture ourselves from your mind, financial freedom, what comes to your mind? If you say this person, or you want to imagine, or I want to show you a picture of somebody who has attained financial freedom. We can imagine somebody who is relaxing in a beach, maybe in Florida, in the US. We can imagine somebody in one of the best apartments, maybe in the, okay, this is Lekki, but I still prefer my first tag than Lekki. Maybe in Banana VGC or thereabout. And you see the magnificent real estate. And the person is just relaxing. While for another person, we can picture financial freedom to be in his farm. Yes. He feels relaxed in his village. But what cuts across all of them is, you see, all these millionaires, billionaires we see today, that the media, like ourselves, we glamorize, it is only 1% of them that are actually financially free. Living high, a big paycheck, is not financial freedom. When you attain financial freedom, what we are saying is, you don't need to work any longer again. Even if you go to work, it's out of habits. You just want to go and relax, play. Because all the investments you have put in place, their returns, what they are bringing, is able to take care of you, your immediate family, anything that you need. And at the same time, you can also contribute to society. But you're not working. You're not doing anything. That is when we say you have attained the crossover point. You have crossed over to financial independence. And you now say you are free. From the 9 to 5 wahala, you can wake up in your house, you read the paper, you listen to news. You're not in a haste. That is financial freedom. Now, financial freedom is simply the ability to make choices about how you want to live your life without being constrained by financial worries. You can just say, okay, I'm going to Abuja today. I'm not even thinking of the air tickets. Okay, I'm going to visit my grandson or my children in the UK. You're not thinking of the finances. At any point in time, you want to do what you want without looking at the financial constraint. These are some of the characteristics of financial freedom. Now, what are the key aspects? Having enough wealth to cover your expenses, having the ability to pursue your passion, having peace of mind, and reduce stress. I'm sorry to you, I'm going to mention some people's names. You cannot tell me these are politicians. Not only politicians, some are businessmen who don't have peace of mind. You will tell me they have financial freedom? No, that's not financial freedom. That is not financial freedom. Let us get it clear. You can be the richest man in the world as long as you don't have peace of mind. You have not gotten financial freedom. But the humble and simple lecturer who is a professional, is ethical, he loves his job, he is teaching the children. And what he is getting, maybe from his consultancy or from the jobs he has done, they are able to take care of him. And he doesn't need to worry about money. Has attained financial freedom. Because the man says he's a multi-billionaire, and yet he's still involved in unethical issues in his business. You don't have financial freedom. You don't. He cannot even impact his community. Monies that are meant for the community, he will divert it to other things. And you tell me he has financial freedom, and when he comes, we'll be hailing him. Do you know what he's suffering from? Money disorder or money abuse problem. It's not only child abuse or drug abuse. We have money disorder. And like the convener has mentioned, on my show on Broad Street Radio, I talk about money disorder. There are a lot of them. That's not for what we are discussing today. So let's move on. What are the common financial challenges? Common financial challenges. Because becoming free, just like getting your independence, it does not come easy. You must work for it. And what are some of the challenges? 1, debt. Debt. Imagine the student loan the government is trying to give to young Nigerians, and you have it. By the time you're out of school, you already have debt already. So you must make all efforts, get a job or start a business for you to pay back that debt. That is one. Lack of savings. People have told me in fora like this, now how can they save when the money they pay them is not even enough to take them home? How can they save? And I said that is a myth. As long as you earn an income, you can save. Because saving is a matter of habit. It is not how much you are paid or how much you make. It's habit. Have you seen somebody who is addicted to a particular substance? They will do anything possible to get that thing. So, it's an habit. And once you cultivate that savings habit, if you earn 100 naira, you will save 10 naira, 10%. Of course, I usually say after you have settled with the man upstairs. After you have settled with him. Because the first person you pay after the man upstairs is yourself. But what happened? Why can't we save? People spend money before they are not coming to save. We are saying no, save before you now spend what is left. And that is why the tax man is very, very, very smart. Whether you're a businessman or you are a salary worker, before your salary hits your account, the tax man has taken his own. You don't even see it. Very smart. So you that is the slave that you have worked, you don't pay yourself first. So saving is an habit. Anybody can save. Insufficient income. Yes, you might not have enough income that will take you through, but we are saying, what happened if you work 9 to 5? Who tells you you can't get another side hustle? I have seen people, they work 9 to 5 full time, but they start a small side hustle. And eventually, that small side hustle became their main business. They have to abandon their job and continue this business. So many of them today, especially entrepreneurs. Poor financial planning. Your relationship with money matters a lot. How many of us here will claim to say our relationship with money is healthy? I'll tell you a short story. A young man has been looking for money, and eventually he did a small job. He was paid just 1 million naira after expenses. Unfortunately, they paid him cash. He took the cash, went to his room, shut all the windows and the doors. Of course, before that, he went to get a very long, we call it koboko. Shut all the doors, the windows, and started flogging this money. He started flogging, and he was sweating. He took off his shirt. Now, will you tell me that is a good relationship with money? And money is an energy. It flows. If you don't take care of money very well, it will just leave. And that's why I tell people, you don't pursue money. Man, when they go hustle for money, when they go, you don't pursue money. You attract money. You don't pursue it, you attract it. Because you believe in the creator of this, our planet. And he has made everything. In fact, 2 days ago, I was in a gathering with some scientists, engineers, petroleum people. And they were telling me that, oh, our Nigerian oil and gas, the gas will finish, the oil will finish. I said, you are only saying that because you have a scarcity mentality. We have been told that the only gas that we have, Imo State, has the highest natural reserve for gas. And they are telling us about over 200 trillion cubic meters of gas. We are not even started. Even if we finish all the oil, this oil is not going to finish. What will happen between me and you? We will develop new technology that will enable us locate where those resources are. Whether it is inside the deep ocean or inside the rock. But one thing we are failing to do, and that is why today, all over the world, there is poverty. Because me and you, we have decided to be very greedy and fearful. Why will somebody, a state governor, 110 billion, and you think his person is normal? It's greed. It's scarcity mentality. If I don't grab them now, let me collect enough for my children, grandchildren, great-great-grandchildren. If not, it will go finish. But if you believe that the man who brought all of us here on this planet has made provision for us, that is the abundance mentality. He has made provision. In fact, there is nothing we need today that the Almighty God has not placed on this earth. Everything we have, everything we need for all of us in this world, maybe over 10 billion people, to live a happy life, it is here. But the problem is me and you. Greed. And in terms of distribution. Yes, no food today in Nigeria, but there are some places where the food is abundant. So there is an uneven distribution. And it's being caused by me and you. So we should have the abundance mentality. What are the keys to unlocking the financial freedom? One, you need to create a budget. And when I say budget, I don't like using the word budget. Because in Nigeria, budget has been bastardized. Budget has been padded everywhere. I say planned spending. It's planned spending. When you're expecting your salary to come, you know how much. Then you want to put down the things that you need in various departments. Your housing, transportation, feeding, utility, entertainment, even enjoyment. You put everything. So that as the money has come, you will now be allocating it. That is before the money come, you have already allocated. So it's a plan that you intend to execute. It might be that you are expecting 1 million. Less than 1 million can come. And that's why we are saying your budget needs to be flexible. But the numbers that you give to the various accountants, we say line items, they matter a lot. And they reflect who you are. They are not just ordinary numbers. When I do therapy for in programs like this, when I tell couples, okay, you know, couples, they can talk about everything. Their sex life, children, family. But when it comes to finance, wahala dey. And sometimes I arrange what I call a financial date night. Have a date with your husband or wife. Maybe after 10, 20, 30 years of marriage. Have a financial date time where you talk about your finances. You don't need to hide anything. But today, anyway, I'm not an advocate to say have a joint account. But let your spouse know what you are doing. A man dies on a Friday. On a Monday, he has no food. There's no food in the house. The husband people have come to carry the 2 cars. They have told her, go and stay in the go and stay in the house in the cocoa. The children cannot go to school again. I was saying, what's the problem? While he was alive, he didn't discuss with the woman. And somebody told me most of the time, why is it that it's only the men that die first? I said, well, from my own little knowledge, probably because the men are usually older. Not all the kids, they're usually older. So when you marry a younger person, tendency that you, the elder person, you should die before a younger person. Okay? So we should come together with our spouse. On Monday, 4:30, Inspirational FM, that was this Monday, I spoke about wills, how to write your will. I'm not a lawyer, but over time, I can advise you how to put down your will so that when the good Lord has called you, you will not be bothering about what is happening on this earth. Because this earth is a very filthy place. You want to go to a more, how would I put it down? A more luminous realm where everything is cool. But if you are going and you are seeing what is happening on earth, they are struggling, fighting. You want to come back and explain to them. And it's double wahala for you. Because you want to go and face your maker. You want to go to paradise. And you leave, because your time here is gone. And I've seen where in a church, they push the coffin down. Because the man, the first one didn't know that he had, a side chick now. The side chick had 3 children. She had 4. And this was also came for the church service. The same Ashoibi. Well prepared. And the first one was confused. So the reverend was trying to conduct the service, and the first one just came and pushed the double wahala for dead body. Yes. And the coffee just. So I'm not saying, why would you want to go through all this? Even at death, people are still quarreling over you or what you have not done or what you did. So with a will, because your will only takes effect when you are dead, and you will have written how you want things to be done. So once you have gone, it is your wish that is still being done. But when I told them write a will, they say, Dr. Charles, you want us to die. Writing a will does not mean that you're going to die the next day. And it does not mean because you have written a will, that is how it's going to be. You can change it from time to time. You just discuss with your lawyer. You know, and somebody was asking me, if I put my wife to inherit this house and we now divorce, you can change your will as long as you are still alive. The lawyers will tell you what to do. Okay. So create a budget and track your expenses. If I ask all of us here now, including myself, how much did you spend on Monday? You can't remember. You can't. That's Monday. But we are saying on a daily basis, you don't even need any software. But now I'm being told by younger people that you have software that can track all your expenses. But you can go the whole way. Get a jotter, something like this. Get a biro, and you put Monday, put the date. Once you come back after the day's job, you are fresh. You can remember the expenses you did. You put it down, and just leave it. On Tuesday, the same thing. Then on Friday, you can now total it. See what you spent on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. You'll be amazed. Nobody will tell you. Because you will see where the money is going, and you'll be amazed. I know some people, they don't want to look at their bank statement. Yes. So you need to track, for you to achieve financial freedom, you need to track your expenses. Then you pay off your debts, build an emergency fund. Now, the emergency fund, people will say, okay, you take insurance. That is fine. But you can do your own personal emergency fund. If you have been working, you should have an account where if that account is enough to take care of you 6 months of your normal living expenses. So that if the emergency happens, maybe if you are a worker, the company just closed down, and for the next 6 months, you should live your normal life, pending when you get another job, or as a businessman, your business come up again. But what do we see today? The very day they announced, that moment they announced that no job again. The man comes out, he comes home that day, 2 days after, he has started quarreling with the wife. So emergency fund is key. The emergency fund, no, the expenses came, and the expenses was asking the emergency fund, are you there for me? The emergency fund said, yes, I have covered you already. So unexpected can happen. But if you have not planned for that emergency, it becomes a problem. So emergency fund is very, very important. Invest for the future. You are expected to invest for the future. That is, you have your clear financial goals. And when I say clear financial goals, you write it down. Your goals should be SMART. And when I say SMART, S stands for specific. M stands for measurable. A stands for attainable. R stands for realistic. While T is time bound. So your goal must have a time that within a year, I want to cultivate the habit of saving. Every month, I want to save at least 10% of any income I earn. I am not competent enough to tell you, you have to settle with the man upstairs first, because it's personal between you and the man upstairs. But what I'm saying is, first of all, settle with him. Because for me, he's supposed to be the first person you should pay before yourself. But what do? We will forget himself. Once you collect your money, you forget yourself. The slave that has worked 30 days in a month, you forget to pay that person. What do? You are rushing, you are paying your landlord. You are paying the food seller. You are paying the transporter. At the end of the day, there is nothing for you to pay yourself. So we are saying that is injustice. And you can be sued for that. So let's make up our mind from today that the first person I pay will be myself. Let's say it. A part of all I earn, 10%, is mine to keep. Mention your name. A part of all I earn is mine to keep. You can do 10%, you can do 15%, you can do 20%. As it suits you. I tell couples when they come for marital finance, I say, look, what I would recommend for couple A would not be what I recommend for couple B. They are different. And at the end of the day, they discover that I have not told them anything new. But of course, I will collect my fees. I will collect my fees. Yes, I will collect my fees. You know? And marital finance is the sweetest part of... I didn't want to go into marriage counseling because I know I'm not qualified. But doing finance, somebody will tell you, okay, no, you're going to be talking about my own money. Come and talk to my husband. So the pressure was there. Come and talk to my wife. My wife spends all the money. That's always the complaint. My wife spends all the money. I say, how now? I say, okay, I know if you talk. As soon as she see the money, there must be something she wants to use the money for. And just to avoid. So communication is key. You need to communicate. So I started learning how to talk to couples. And of course, by the time they have seen the marriage counselors, they will refer them when it comes to their finances. Because then, before you get married, you have to plan how many children you want to have, where you want to stay, the kind of life you want to live, so that two of you will be happy. Not after 1 or 2 years, you have acquired one property, then fight will start. You go to court, they will divide the house. That's a lot of problem. And do you know that when a marriage is on that path where the couples have a joint purpose, have a joint goal that they want to achieve, two of them, no matter the challenge the devil will bring, I'm telling you, the two of them working together in spirit, they will succumb it. Nothing will stop, no challenge will be too big, as long as the two of them have one mind to achieve. And you can see that struggle together makes them become closer. And you can see it affecting the children. We will have less divorces today because the family unit is the basis of society. Okay, I will moderate. We have enough time, don't worry, sir. I'll just moderate. But there is a lot. Okay, develop multiple income stream. I know one of the speakers will talk more about that, how to develop more income stream. You don't depend on just one income. Just like Nigeria, it's only oil. But now I am told that our non-oil sector, we had a lot of money. But that doesn't mean they will tax us to death. Custom is increasing. MPA is increasing. Telecoms are also increasing. Okay, we have seen that. Okay, so create a budget, set your financial goals, then paying off your debts is also important. Building an emergency fund, we have explained that. Investing for the future, we have explained that. Then, before I try to round up now, why did the investor bring a ladder to this event? When I was coming, I saw some people, they brought ladder to this event. Why? And somebody told me that they want to take their finances to the next level, that they are tired. Each of the time, they are not, before the month will end, their money is finished. And they want to know what to be done. And it's very simple. Financial literacy is key. It's key for you to. So I'll just run through strategies for achieving financial freedom. Start with a clear financial goal. Define what financial freedom means to you and create a plan to achieve it. Live below your means. Spend less than you earn and save or invest the difference. Maximize your income. Invest wisely. If you want to do furniture, who do you go and see? A carpenter. If you are sick, who do you go and see? A nurse or a doctor? Sir? So, if you want to do your investment, please look for investment professionals. The stockbrokers are there. The chartered accountants are there. The bankers are there. You know, speak to them. They might not even know it, but they can recommend their colleagues who are better. So, but we have seen somebody, you want to talk about investment, you are going to see a carpenter. And the carpenter tells you, come and do MMM. MMM. And they tell you, you bring this 1 million. 2 days time is 4 million. And you truly, you go, you put, you see, you are happy. You are canvassing for people. Maybe after 3 or 4 months, everything suddenly collapses. And you start blaming who? So, when you want to invest wisely, look for the expert. Build multiple sources of income. Yes, we have mentioned common obstacle to financial freedom, your debts, lack of financial literacy. Some people believe that, why do I need to learn about money? Do you know that if you look at our schools, because I'm also a teacher, primary school, secondary school, even university, there is no course they teach you about money. And I've argued with professors from Unilife. You say you're a professor of finance, professor of economics. That is not enough for you to know about your own personal finance, because it's a different subject. You can have an accountant who keeps the books of his company very well. A tax expert who ensures that they are up to date in all the tax. But they are still quarreling with their madam at home for money. Yes. So financial literacy is very, very important. And what is financial literacy? You need to understand certain little things about savings. And like I said, most of the things we do, it's our mindset. 80% is mindset. It's the other 20% that is maybe the figures. So we should develop the habit of improving our relationship with money. When I move around at the bus stop, I see people fighting. Hold me there, and all that. And you see that that young man will be there for the next 10, 20 years. Why is it that? He's getting money every day, but he still remains that way. Because he's doing what he's thinking of survival. He's not thinking of impact. But you see a young lady, maybe selling something by the roadside, because she has focus. She's thinking of making impact. With the little she makes, she's able to save. And gradually, she can use that procedure, assist her husband at home, send the children to school. That is impact. But if you're just thinking of, let me just get it today and finish it today, you will remain like that in the next 10, 20 years. And that is why you see all those people there. You will come back, they will still be there. So you should think of impact. Starting from a small beginning is not a problem. But for you to know where you are going. Procrastination. I've gone to speak to people. It's okay, start investment. Come and buy shares. Okay, when they increase our salary, I'll start buying. Increase the salary, they will say, I'll buy. In fact, sorry, convener, let me tell this story. When we were running a show, personal finance, and the people we were talking to were civil servants. And they told us it's because they are civil servants, so the money is not enough for them. That if they are working in private sector, maybe in the bank, then they will have enough money. That same training program, we ran it for private sector, the banks, insurance people. Do you know their own complaint? Money is still not enough. That if they were working in the oil and gas, probably they will have enough money. And lo and behold, we ran the same training for Shell. The same complaint that if they were politicians, probably they will have enough money. And me and you know today, if we run this program for politicians, we have been trying, but we've not been able to run for politicians. They will still tell us it is still not enough. Of course, by their fruit you shall know them. We are seeing it, it's still not enough. So the problem is not how much you are receiving, or how much you are making. It's a disease. And I have defined it here. Money disorder. Money abuse problem. You don't only abuse drugs or abuse substance or child abuse. You abuse money. And how can my own sister suddenly she says she has cancer? A former petroleum minister. My own sister. And look at the money they say they recovered from her. But of course they are still denying. Then most of us say, okay, at least we knew Abacha era. And somebody told me, probably Nigerians, we use Abacha to make money. We did money ritual. Because the man keeps sending us money from wherever is in heaven or hell, I don't know. He keeps sending us money. And somebody told us that what the wife said, with due respect, that whatever government is even taking now is very minute compared to what they still have. Can you imagine that? I will still say, and somebody says it's because the man is dead though. If he was alive, we dare not collect anybody from him. So we can see that we have a problem. It is not just you are stealing money. It has become an addiction. And I mentioned earlier, if you know people who are addicted to certain drugs, they can do anything. And that is what is our problem today with our politicians. Not only our politicians, all of us. And the frightening part of it is, even when we see it in our communities, you see anyway, maybe they will say court has not convicted them. But you will see that this person is a real con person. But because he has brought the money and he has been made chief. In my village, I told my traditional ruler, because I'm older than him, and at one point in time, before the father died, I was even sending him message, so we're very close, we talk a lot. So, privately, after he has removed everything, I said, bros, come. These ones that you give these people chieftaincy title, do you know what they do? He say, they want to raise money. So you will collect money from criminals. You make them chief. And they parade the whole community that they are chiefs. And these are con men. So our values have gone down. And we don't even know what we are doing. So we must have a mindset shift. We must change our mindset in anything we are doing. So for you to achieve financial freedom, you must shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance, from fear to confidence. Because why will a man begin to steal money and they say pay school fees up to which level, and the children are not even getting to that level? Or you are stealing money to keep for your children yet unborn. Who are you? Why will you steal such a money? We should think from long-term, short-term to long-term. So what are the action plans of achieving your financial freedom? Take control of your finances. Invest in yourself. It's very, very important. Invest in yourself. Thank to our convener. Attend programs like this. Because if not for this program, if not for him, I won't be talking to you. And I know when we run this program, if I'm to speak for an hour, I know what I will collect from the organizers. But because it is from his foundation. And that's why invest in yourself. Don't say you have come to waste your time here. No. You will not get anyway, except if you listen to my broadcast on Broad Street Radio. Because we talk about finances. So invest in yourself. Start investing. And the most simplest place for you to invest is all over there. The stock market is there. I'm not saying that is 100%. It also has its own risks. But you can invest in the stock market. And I'm happy, I think we have a registrar in our midst.
Yes.
We have a qualified registrar in our midst. So I'm sure it's going to throw more light as to how your investment can be protected. Yes, the capital market, I'm not boasting, it's one of the places where investors' protection is key. Okay?
And we have a microfinance bank group.
Exactly.
For people who want to invest in microfinance.
Exactly. So build multiple streams of income, we have mentioned that. Then stay disciplined and patient. Stay disciplined and patient. You know? You start a business today. You want to compete with those who have been in that business for 20 years. It's not possible. There must be a learning curve. You know? I see my young brokers, my young investment experts, and they want to cut all the big ticket deals. I don't envy them. But build yourself. Be patient. Be disciplined. And you cannot say you have mastered this thing when you have not been faced with the challenge. You have not been tempted with it. I had a very nasty experience in the course of my career. I needed to pay school fees for a child of mine. I think it was during COVID. I think, okay, people they were doing online class. Just to raise 200,000, I couldn't. And as we were talking, a client just called. I said, Charlie, please, I'm going to transfer this amount of money to you. Please, invest. That same exact amount. It was tempting. It was tempting. You know, but I had to close my eyes. And I called the client. I said, please, let's see. And he came. I said, look, you loan me this money. We'll delay your investment. And he agreed. And lo and behold. So what I'm saying is professionalism, ethics. Ethics. Talk to your customers. And if you are doing business, please be ethical. Don't see how you want to cut corners or you want to outsmart. Because at the end of the day, whatever you sow, you will reap. So, as I close now, sorry, let me just close. Because somebody said, after you have attained financial security, what is next? What is next? After you have attained financial security, what is next? Good. Now, when we say wealth, we're not talking only financial wealth. You can have your health. Wealth is health. Health is wealth. If you have achieved financial security, financial freedom, have you achieved health freedom? You make so much money. You can't eat simple rice. My wife is a senior nurse. And each time I want to reflect, I'll follow her to the clinic. In first start there. And you'll be amazed. That is when you appreciate God. Just this morning, they even called her. They will put pipe. Somebody cannot urinate. They will put pipe. Say it's catheter. They put pipe. If that person has billions in account, does that money make any difference to him? So, you must also have health freedom. You must also have your relationship freedom. I know some of my colleagues, anyway, when we were younger then, they don't want to go home on time. Oh. They want to stay like somewhere we used to meet in Sulere. They want to stay there till 1, 2 before they go home. Because why? There is problem when they get home. Imagine if he has achieved financial freedom and he has not achieved relationship freedom. Is he wealthy? He's not wealthy. So, when we say wealth, achieving financial freedom is not only about money. There are other dimension. Then let's go a little bit spiritual. If you have not attuned yourself with your Creator spiritually, then you can have all the money, but your soul is not at rest. Sorry, I'm not a pastor. That's why Christ said in the Bible that, hey, I hope I can remember it too. That what does it profit a man and lose his soul? It was talking not, you know, Christ is a gift to this world. He's more than a philosopher. You know, he's a teacher, of course, with the divine essence. So whatever he says, it is. So, what if you have achieved all this? What next? What next? Beyond wealth creation, what next? If the good Lord calls you today, will you be willing and happy to go and answer him? We've seen people, it's after they have made so much money, in their old age, they are now setting up foundation. We will clap for them, there is no problem. But we are saying, you don't need to wait till your old age. You don't need to wait and say you want to give back. Wherever you find yourself now, no matter what you are doing, you can still give back to your community. Your life must have a purpose and a meaning. What is your purpose? Why are you here on planet Earth? And from the little I have known, me and you, all of us, we all have a purpose why we are here. So, as we go about our day-to-day activities, we are trying to hustle. We are trying to create wealth. We want to be financially free. Please, let us do it in a way that is ethical. Let us don't think of how to harm our fellow man. I've been opportunity to talk to people in the market. I told it is business. I say, how is it business? You are doing a beverage. Look at the unhygienic place you are. Look at how you are doing this, and you want to sell it. You want to make money. People will die, kidney failure, cancer, and you will sleep in your house. I said you have made money. Then you don't have a purpose. After you have made money, your relationship with your community matters a lot. When you leave, what legacy are you leaving? They'll say, oh yes, that is that man. These are the things he did. People work today. They don't rest. Monday through, some people Saturday, some people Sunday. And I tell them, the moment you drop dead, the next second, that's your job. Somebody will do it. Even better. Even better. So, you must deliberately create time for yourself. Your work-life balance. Why can't you spend time with your children? Why can't you just find time to rest? Some don't even go on leave. And I know I listened to a consultant, a task consultant, who told us that when he resumed somewhere, he made sure that everybody that is due for leave, go for that leave. Yes, but there is a reason. When you go on leave, you forget about, in fact, there is a company today, once you are on leave, your card that you used to enter the premise, they will disable it. So that you don't come until after your leave, they will now activate it. Then, once it is 4:30, whatever thing you are doing, the system shuts down automatically. They will tell you from 8 o'clock till 4:30, if you have not finished it, leave it to the next day. Yes, leave it to the next day. So you can see, those are companies that are beginning to understand the benefits of work-life balance. I will not fail to mention gratitude and appreciation. I did some few things with some young people, okay, my junior colleagues, and a young lady just said, Mr. Charles, please, you don't drink. What can I do for you? I said, anything you can do for me. I said, okay, send your account number. Guess how much she sent to me during the festive period? 10,000 naira. And I wrote her a very beautiful letter. Of course, that was, I could even dash her 10 times that. But you need to show appreciation because we encourage the person. It is not the amount or the gifts, it's the intention. Tomorrow now we'll be talking about Valentine. And if I have the opportunity, I'll talk on Valentine and your personal finance. Because you want to celebrate Valentine, you don't need to go and do something that is against your values, your belief. What you believe as a person. Oh, okay, it's Valentine. What is the essence of this Valentine? I don't want to go into details, but I know it's to radiate love. Love for your people. So show gratitude and appreciation, forgiveness and letting go. Then finally, now, sorry. What is the path to financial freedom? Wealth creation is not about a single action, but a continuous journey of learning, adapting, and growing. You can achieve financial freedom and a balanced, fulfilling life by following some of these principles I have been able to share with you. Money is not going to replace you as a driver, but money can only take you where you want it to go. Don't worship money, because if you worship money and see money as your master, money is a very tyrannical master. But if you look at money as your servant, money becomes a very obedient and loyal servant to you. Money is not evil or good. Money is neutral. But it depends on what you make use of that money to do. And that's why I said in the Bible, it is not money that is the root of all evil. No. The what? The love of money that is the root of all evil. Thank you for your attention. Yes, so what's the next? Thank you, sir. So I'll call the next speaker.
Yeah. You see what Tinubu did, President Tinubu did, and Charles pointed it out, probably from the negative angle, that President Tinubu budgeted 49 trillion, but it has been moved to 54 trillion. But the Charles who did this is the one who is the moderator of this conference. He will soon come and take his stage. But the point is that yesterday he was the one that drew the timetable for this conference. And he gave everybody 30 minutes, apart from the keynote speaker, 1 hour. And when he came here by 10 exactly, I told him, after a while, 30 minutes gone. He said, just give me a little time. And now it's almost 1 hour gone. So what am I saying? We should leave the senators and the House of Rep. If they pad their budget, we should understand, because Charles has padded his own budget by 100%. So Charles, come and take your job as the MC, moderator, etc. The next person will be Pastor Sam Opugo, who will lecture us on on microfinance banking. Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Let me open my.
So with the 30 minutes budget still remain on 1 hour?
No. There will be no padding again. There will be no padding again.
After your constituency has started,
Okay, yes, there will be question after all this, so you can write down your questions because other people are coming.
the first thing I said after your constituency has started the budget, no more padding.
No more padding. Oh, do you have a copy of the program? I'm trying to check online here now. Maybe I have it. Okay.
Are you seeing it?
Okay. Yeah, you know you.
I forwarded it.
Yes, I think I've seen it. I've seen it. Okay, you reviewed it very well. That's good. Okay. Anyway, yeah. So the next presentation will be on by Pastor Sam Okugu and Okuogo. Okay, and he will be talking to us about microfinance.
Microfinance banking, challenges and expectations and benefits.
Okay, so the microfinance sector is one sector that has really empowered people in the grassroots, and it's an opportunity for me, it's a privilege to have somebody with that kind of experience to talk to us on that microfinance, how we can benefit and make use of it. So do I have the honor and privilege to call on Pastor Sam Okuogo? You're welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Because I want to learn too. Pastor, you're welcome.
Grateful. Thank you, sir.
Okay, you have all of them here. Yes. So I'll open it for him where it comes from. Okay. Yeah. You have the things.
Okay, thank you. Yes. I have 30 minutes, right? Okay. Where is it? Is it here?
Yeah, 2 fingers.
Okay. 2 fingers.
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning. Thank you. So please, I'm happy to be here. Thank you, Chief Ijezie. Thank you with my speakers. I'm not going to pad in any way. If it's possible, I'm going to come a bit lower because the fewer I speak, the better. We are going to talk about the impact of microfinance banking on economic development, the unbanked and the actively poor. I tell people, you cannot give what you don't have. If you want to be happy, you must show happiness to others. That is the truth about life. You can't live beyond that. And that is also what dictates what true microfinance banking is all about. In the first place, microfinance bank is also a bank. And the idea is to render service and possibly help to the people around you by giving them products that will facilitate income from their various businesses. There is a story. A man came on a long journey, and in the middle of the night, somebody visited him, and he went to his neighbor for assistance. His neighbor said, "Sorry, I can't go. I'm already in bed with my children." But then, because of the disturbances from this particular man who needed help in the middle of the night, he had no choice but to render that help, whether you do it reluctantly or not. What am I trying to say? If you're wrong, if the motive for creating a microfinance bank is not rightly placed, you may not get the actual benefits, just like my brother mentioned in Founder Financial Freedom. Microfinance banks are crucial drivers in the nation's economic development. They offer services to individuals and then small and medium-scale enterprise businesses that are traditionally overlooked by commercial banks or finance houses. These banks, whether we like them or not, offer small products that help small businesses. They could be in the form of small loans or micro loans, savings accounts, micro insurance, payment system, financial education, and several other products. And who do they offer these things to? They've offered them to micro entrepreneurs and small businesses. In so doing, they empower and boost these groups to improve their livelihoods, contribute to economic growth, and support the nation's financial inclusion agenda. Microfinance banking, just like the commercial banking, is a type of banking service that provides financial service to low-income earners, low-income individuals and groups, and their goal is to help people to become self-sufficient. If you have not been in a microfinance bank, you may not understand how it operates. The idea is that you must be willing to assist in your assisting people. You create value for yourself. I think the earlier speaker said something about patience. If you are not cultivated in patience, you may not be able to prosper in the field of microfinance. Why? Because a lot of people don't have the right motive when they go into such venture. You invest, you create an investment for 1 year, and within a month or two, you are expecting the return you are supposed to get in 3 years. No, it doesn't work like that. There may be hindrances, there are unforeseen circumstances. The convener said, man proposes, God does what? Disposes. You have created your budget, you have done all that you can, but you must walk within the ropes so that if there is anything at all, you can still fall back to some reserves. So the passion for creating that business must be achieved first. A lot of people have gone into microfinance banking because they feel, people are making money. Why do they feel so? The interest rate may be in the double digit, about maybe less than 20%. In the days when we were in microfinance, you charge 5% per month. That 5% per month translates to about 60% per annum. That is a good figure. But do you know that the people you give your funds to, by the end, let's take for instance somebody who sells pure water. And it's that person that the woman that a widow that sells pure water will go about 4 or 5 times turnover to go and buy ice block and buy bags of pure water. You have given him the capital she is using is about 5,000 naira. But that 5,000 naira can be turned over about 3 or 4 or 5 times before the day runs out. In other words, that 5% you are charging the customer for extending additional 5,000 can be turned and achieved within 1 day. That is why a lot of them do not complain when you throw these charges at them. I'm not saying that that dynamic is the same for all the trades. No. For instance, a man that is a butcher that is cutting meat in the marketplace, if he had the money, 2 million naira, to go and buy a very large cow, he wouldn't need your assistance. But what they do is they come as a group. I remember when I was in Oshodi, in a microfinance bank. They come as a group, they collect their monies together, and they buy one cow. When they divide the cow, they're able to achieve their personal goals and be happy at the end of the day. But then if they had a microfinance bank who could also assist to give them a little buffer, it helps them so that they will not fall back to their reserves unnecessarily. These are ways microfinance bank can assist. A lot of microfinance banks today are failing because from the beginning, the intentions and idea and motives were wrong. And then, to buttress what my last speaker said, there is lack of patience. Wait. Somebody I respect so much said, except a seed of corn falls to the ground, and die, it remaineth alone. Is that not true? But if it falls to the ground and dies, during that period when it dies, what do? There is nothing you do in this life that will make that thing come out. You have to wait. Wait for that process, whether it is spiritual or whatever, to germinate. So if you are into microfinance bank, you must wait for its time. Before central bank will give you a license, they will ask you to go and produce a business plan or a feasibility report. In that report, accountants will help you, doctors will help you, lawyers will help you. It will still come down to that first thing he mentioned, which is the budget. You must work within the limits of the budget. But then you create a microfinance bank, and tomorrow, after about 6 months, you now ask, you want to buy a new car, you go to the microfinance bank. By the end of the day, you have depleted everything that should be used for the business. So the first thing we consider, as far as the failure is concerned, is which you must exercise patience, and then you must exercise discipline. You must exercise control. I remember when I was managing a mortgage bank, one of the first things I did was to get in line with my internal auditor. If you are not with him, because my people say, person wey no get person wey they talk to them, but that thing no do am. You must have somebody that talks to you, that tells you the truth every now and then. And the only person that can tell you that is the internal auditor. I'm not an auditor, I'm not an accountant, but I like to work with them. When you are falling out of line, they help you. If you are truthful to yourself, you will prosper. Another aspect of microfinance bank is that, number one, you have the owners, the people that invest. You have the bank workers. As far as the workers are concerned, you have the internal workers and the external workers. Then you now have the customers. For the owners, you must exercise and ensure control. For the bank workers, it's a little different. Most of the banks are failing because, why? There is no passion in the business. People will go to work. You ask them what happened on Monday. If on Thursday, if you ask them what they did on Monday, they cannot remember. There was a bank I worked for. I noticed I was a team leader. My business was to move my team into the market and create what we call market storming in Mushin, around Ijoro. We do market storming. Sometimes we go and get these speakers, make some noise. And when you make noise, people will try to find out what you are trying to sell. In the process, we sell our products. You do this from time to time, move out of your territory. But then after all these things, the bank must find a way to know what each and every staff have done for that day. So I generated what we call daily activity reports. Otherwise, ordinarily what we used to do was a weekly activity report. But you know, a bank can go under within 1 week. So why wait for a week before you get what the person has done? What you do is, no matter what the person is doing, as soon as you come back from the market, what should you do? You put down a report. You give them a template so that they can write down what they have done and what you plan to do the next morning. Okay? And having done that, there is no way the performances will not improve. And why the performances are improving, provided there is control with the ownership, so that there will not be insider's credit that will kill the bank eventually. Then we now move to the customers. The customers are human beings, for God's sake. All they want is relationship. Most customers don't know where their banks are. It is not like the commercial bank, where checking and using bank instruments will be involved. A lot of times we put the bank in the hand of our marketers. Are you getting me? We put the bank in the hands of our marketers. How do we do this? For the marketers to move into the market, they carry deposit slips. When they carry their deposit slip, they go into the market. The trust they have is not actually on the bank. The trust that the customers have for releasing their funds and their life savings into your hands is not because of your bank. It's actually because of you that they are seeing. Which means if the staff, the marketing staff is not in good shape, your bank may not go far. So the best thing is, no matter what you do, you must strongly equip the staff, because they hold the bank in transit between the doors of the bank and the market gate of the market. And once in a while, some banks organize what they call transit insurance. What if you are carrying maybe 600,000 naira cash between the bank and the market? And that's why when we want to locate a branch, we'll do what we call territorial mapping. We ensure that if a market is not around you, you desist a bit. So the marketer must have that strong trust so that the customer can release his funds to the business. There are several types of microfinance banks. Each and every one of them is licensed by central bank. Today, the market is saturated. The market is saturated. That's why if you have a bank in Nasarawa State and you want to relocate it to Sokoto, it's quite easy because Sokoto is not saturated. But as far as Lagos, we used to have about 1,000 microfinance banks nationwide. And out of this 1,000, or thereabout, I don't know the actual figure, about 200 to 300 of them is located in Lagos alone. Out of those banks that are located in Lagos, sincerely, the urban area, that is places like this, places like Yaba, Surulere, are all properly loaded. Now, we have what we have on ground is that these microfinance banks are segregated between the rural areas and the urban areas, depending on their market size. There are some markets that are road markets. If you go to such markets, you will see activity, but there is no content in the market. I don't know if you understand me. If you go to, I don't know how many of us know Ikotun. There is a market in Ikotun bus stop. I think it's Ikotun Egbe. The market is so large. How do you know the size of a market? By the number of commercial banks that are inside the market. If you go to Ladipo, it will surprise you that you will find about 3 branches of Zenith.
3?
Eh?
Only Zenith or all the banks?
No, I'm just using Zenith. You have other banks They have it in locations. Even a warehouse is regarded as a division. So it is the size of the market that determines the kind of bank you put there. I was managing a national microfinance bank's branch. My office was located in Ladiko, opposite Fatai Atere. You know Fatai Atere, we had that's industrial area. It was actually on the junction. But the essence was to beat the market in Mushi and Idioro and our market and Ladiko and then Oshodi. Are you getting? So it wasn't just quite, it was interesting because right there in the main market, because if you are used to Ladiko, at least 80% use car here, you see that there is one market called the main market. In that main market, you must have what you call a customer meeting point. Customer meeting point is allowed by central bank. Why? Because it does not use vaults. You can use cabinet to store your money within the day, but at the end of the day, the marketing staffs are supposed to carry it to the nearest corresponding commercial bank to store their money or bundle count their cash, so that the next morning they can come and count it and deposit and post. So these are the characteristics of the markets we have. And they determine whether to call a particular microfinance bank rural area or urban. Now, the capital requirement for rural is called units for those one branch microfinance banks. The microfinance bank that operates from only one branch is called units. And this unit, you have the tier 1 and the tier 2. The tier 1 is for those that operate within the main metropolis, the urban areas. And their capital is required is 200 million naira, minimum. For the rural areas like places like Badagry, places like my village, of course there is no bank at all. And that is the essence of this discourse. There is no bank in my place. I'm not really happy about that.
Which place is that?
Umoba. Even in Aruchuku, where yes, we have a first bank in Aruchuku.
No commercial bank or no microfinance bank?
No bank, whether it is commercial or micro. And the essence of this business, this discourse, is to encourage the government, speaking to Abia State, if it's possible, telling them that this micro, but when you are forming them, choose wisely. The same people that will run this bank are the people that will run it down. If they don't have the discipline and the training, and most importantly, the passion. That was why I started. If you want joy, sow joy to people. Wait, and the joy will come eventually. Microfinance banking is about serving. If you are not keen to serving, then forget about it. When we want to acquire a microfinance bank, we concentrate on due diligence. Due diligence on the person that wants to acquire, on the bank. But a lot of us fail to do something. The acquirer itself needs to be conducted. Let's give you an instance. I am an investor. This bank has issues. Huh? So I'm an investor, and I want to acquire a bank. It behoves on me to conduct due diligence on the bank or on the product I want to buy. But if the bank is serious, they are also supposed to conduct due diligence on the person that wants to invest. The good news is that in spite of everything, Central Bank does that, but without telling you. But they only do it partly. Why they concentrate on the sources of the money. You want to bring in capital. They want to be sure that this money is clean. This money is not laundered. And then the money is not borrowed. It's not a loan. Because people can go and take a loan and come and invest. CBN will not allow that. Having said this, the second aspect of microfinance bank tier is the states. The first one, you operate from only one branch, but you can create customer meeting points within a local government. The second one is the one that gives a state license. You can operate from anywhere in the states, for as many as several local governments, starting with the state capital. Then the third one, that one has minimum required capital of 1 billion naira. Okay, 1 billion naira. The third one is the national license. The national license has the capacity to operate from any state at all, including Abuja, FCT. Having done that, they can put their tentacles anywhere they want and generate business. So microfinance bank is a very interesting thing. Like I said earlier, in my village, the bank we used to have what used to be Progress Bank. I don't know if you remember Progress Bank. But it later went down, or it was consumed or translated to another commercial bank, possibly. Huh? Yeah, transmuted. So as we speak today, the only thing that is helping us now is the traditional ajo. You know what I mean by ajo? Esusu, but then it is not formalized. There are sometimes my wife does it. I was tempted to do it at some point because I needed to gather some funds. Everybody does it. But then if you go to a bank, the good thing about that ajo is that there is no interest. If you get to your turn, collect the money. But if the emergency, like the speaker earlier said, if there's an emergency and something happens, you will be answerable to the rest members. But the microfinance bank, we also do a job. We call that group lending. When you are conducting it, the funny thing is that there is what we call financial literacy. Before they will give you the loan, they will call the market women together and show them and educate them on the principle of how to manage your cash flow, your cash cycle conversion techniques. Because a lot of them will not understand. But by the time they come to learn, we put them on the conference table and we teach them. They also teach us. Another thing is, before I give you, that's my own personal philosophy, I cannot give you loan if I don't understand your business a little more than you do. How can I advise you when you know more than me? It's not wise. So take time. It's not just KYC. Unknown to you, I'm studying you. You are bringing your checks for me to clear, and I'm using it to create a fast cash flow pattern, especially if it's an SME. By the end of the day you come for loan, I'll bring out all the books and tell you, Koga, you are not supposed to be coming for this loan. There is something we call in commercial bank a guidance facility. I don't know if you had it. Guidance facility. The bank will grant you a loan that you did not ask for, knowing that in the third month of your projection, you'll be demanding for it, but you do not know. These are the things you prepare yourself with. All right? These are things you prepare so that once the person is happy, his business is moving, you too will be happy to collect your interest rates. And your interest rate or whatever you are collecting should not be burdensome as to kill the customer's cash flow. So in a nutshell, what are we saying? Microfinance bank brings us to the grassroots. It helps to alleviate poverty. If a woman that is selling pure water receives additional funding in her business, she moves from selling pure water to adding minerals in her basin. I don't know if you understand what I mean. That is another level. At that level, the family is a little bit stable. I don't get my point. Then from that place, I'm using the lowest of the lowest. From that level, she moves to adding sausages and gala. You know, there are some women, they carry this iba on their hair. Not everybody can afford the gala. Are you getting me? Not everyone can. Some sell only pure water. If you see some northerners, the Hausas, that's what they do. So the idea is to improve their lives, remove poverty or reduce it or eradicate it so that everybody will be happy. That is the essence for economic development. But if you don't have the microfinance, which is a formalized institution, there is no way the actively poor, the underbanked, there are young men everywhere. Everywhere you go, you see men, people. They are strong. They have the energy to expend, but there is nothing to do. Some of them are in their farms, but somebody has to organize the farms. The land are there. After all, if you are traveling, don't you see land? You see land everywhere, but what is happening? Somebody must organize. You must have an entrepreneur. You must encourage somebody that will go to Bank of Industry or Bank of Agric, draw up a plan, and they say, please give me this, we are willing to do this. And then in the process, you will gather the workforce and then introduce the micro. Because once the money comes in, they will pass through an available microfinance bank that is within the locality. I mean, you don't want to draw $500,000 and you are going maybe about 40 miles to pull such funds. It's unwise. So, in essence, what we are saying is the microfinance banking is extremely essential. It's a necessity. I confessed, I declared that in my place there is none. And I'm making plans with some investors, possibly from this room. If you are interested, come and put up one. As I speak to you, we have MFBs that are shaky, but then you can be revived with your capital. The only thing, the blood that an MFB or any financial institution require is just additional injection of capital, fresh capital, undiluted capital. So in my closing, it is important we note this, that the microfinance bank is an essential tool for us to remove poverty in our land. How is it done? If in a whole state, the whole of 2 local governments, there is not one microfinance, then what are we talking about? When I was sending my paper, the commissioner, there is a commissioner in Abia State whom I also sent the paper to. Some of the things you were sending, I also sent it to him. And he said he would call his team of boys and they will look into it. The idea is that the more you create awareness, that people can get help, especially when it comes from government. I remember there was a time I wanted to do it for National Union of Road Transport Workers. To have their own micro, national. No, the name is National Union of, but do you know that? Is it the one controlled by MC? Yes, yes. The money that flows in that system, you can't imagine it. You stand at a bus stop, their hand is like this, filled with cash. And at every junction, you see such rooms. The money is there so that they can assist one another. There are better things some of them can do. I mean, apart from collecting the money at every junction, Okada now is about 1.3 million. Okada. Marwa is 3.4. It used to be 300. And once you get Marwa, a clean one, you are settled whether you like it or not. Because you don't need to do publicity. The market is there. The returns are there. I mean, by the time you spend 1 year in it, you're already a mechanic of yourself. I mean, you have to manage looking what's and then manage your cash flow. So there are many things the microfinance banks can do. Some of them, if you see the keke, you see the name of the business that is bringing it to fall. I don't know if you understand what I mean. Yes. Now, apart from the politician, there are some business entities that are funding the acquisition of this keke. They will put their logo by the corner, and then they will put the name of the microfinance bank. Now, this thing is a bit one-sided. If it is all over the place, it will help quite a number of people. families will be at peace. I have a friend, he's an Okada, he's a dispatch rider. He has broken his leg 3 places because he has to drive speed and all just to make ends meet. But Okada, the security in Okada is very low. So what will he do? He's proposing to get, even if it's an old keke, because a keke is more secure, whether you like it or not, than Okada. We have found this thing, but it needs money to change the engine of the keke. And that is where the financiers would have come in. And once you fund it and finance that change of engine, because if you use the old engine, it's like from frying pan to fire. So you encourage, that is where the microfinance bank will help. And it must be available. As for the NUWRT, I actually wrote the feasibility report, but I didn't use it because it was overtaken by some other event. But what am I saying? If you create such platform, the government will like it. And it will help quite a number. It will reduce the touts and the miscreants that you have around. It will organize them properly. If you want loan for anything, you go and get it. Because that place is filled with a lot of cars. So with all these points, I hope I'm able to convince you, not to confuse you, that microfinance bank is the thing for today. We have had enough of commercial banking. I started with an industrial bank. In fact, NIDB, Nigerian Industrial Development Bank, which later became Nigerian Bank of Industries. We're dealing with activities like writing appraisal reports for institutions like Sheraton. I remember those days in 1988.
88.
Yes, sir. But then I was doing my MBA then, and I was an industrial attaché. We now move down to commercial banks. One thing we notice about commercial bank is if you need this micro loan, they will not answer you. Even SME, they will not answer you. And then there is this complex that people have. You see people patronize commercial bank, but tell them to go and ask for loan. Who send you? How will you write it? The only thing is here, they deputed me twice, and you queue there and you start looking for redress. But nobody actually goes because they know how they pattern their lending to some very fat projects, so that once the interest comes, do you know that there are some loans you give and you never recover it? Of course. It's still performing on. It's still performing. Of course, now you know, you should know.
I understand that.
You give loan maybe about 5 billion. That loan will continue to revolve and revolve forever. And by the time you eat interest for about 10 years, you have eaten more than the capital. Are you getting me? So that is how most of the commercial banks operate. But it's not the case with a microfinance bank. The microfinance bank, you can easily deal with the managing director, the MD. The MD is supposed to be in the marketplace. I remember when I was working in a particular bank, microfinance bank. If we want to do roadshow, if my MD does not follow me, I will not enter. Because he's the ginger that will convince the customer. There was a time I was at what market? I think it's Bariga. I don't know if there is how many of us know Bariga here? There is a market in Sabo and several places in Lagos. Microfinance bank is about markets. If you understand markets and how to help people to serve, you see our staff going into the shops of people to assist them. Create a relationship so that, do you know why you are doing that? You are not doing it because you want to lure them. Actually, you mean it. That's why you require passion when you are doing microfinance. Don't come and deceive yourself. They will know. They are human beings. They are spirits. When the deception comes, one day the truth will be out. Are you getting me? I remember as a manager, I came to a woman's shop one day, and as I was going, I discovered that her son was about to close. And if she leaves the market, I will miss it. And she was expecting some true business. So what I did was to go collect the son. I left my car in front of her shop, collect the son on her behalf, and these are the little things you do. Little things you do, real customer service, and then they will never leave you. They will never ever. The Good Samaritan, I do not know how you talk politics, but there is nothing you will tell him about the Good Samaritan, even though he was a stranger. The Bible says he was a stranger. The Levite came. Who else came? The second person came. They all passed by the wayside. But this stranger came and gave help. There is nothing you will tell that thief that was coming from Jericho, going down to Jerusalem, to convince him that this man is bad. It is in your time of need. We have seen situations where we need cash, immediate cash. It's not as if we don't have money. And we could go straight to customers' shops. There are some customers that will use counting machine to count their money. When we need cash, we go to them. And if you don't have that established relationship, you cannot enjoy such privileges. So that brings me to say that microfinance banking is also about financial freedom, like he said. I mean, whether in a corporate level or otherwise. The important thing is that you do whatever you can to make it peaceful with the populace. And once they are happy, they will be willing and more than willing to pay your 5%, whether it is 10% on a reducing balance. Because 5% straight is different from 5% on a reducing balance. It's almost 9 or 10%. And that is my take. With this, I hope you will catch the view that microfinance bank is important, both for the investor and the members of staff. For the investor, as we do, the current thing in microfinance bank today is that because there is a lot of concentration, Central Bank is shying away from registering new ones. What they are doing is, there was a time they revoked about over 200 microfinance banks, including mortgage bank and finance houses. And those ones went down completely because they were eventually gazetted. But today, when they revoke, they still give you a leeway. Say, can you come back? Go and quickly look for investors. Once they bring the money, it's possible that we'll change the name, and in the process of changing the name, we'll come back again, instead of going afresh to register a new license. That's what they eat now. And a lot of people, especially the fintech, because I was discussing with Zoga, the fintech companies, they are doing a great job, but about 70% of what they do is automated. They are not human beings. For instance, they give you loan from your phone. You utilize the loan, but you refuse to pay. When you refuse to pay, if you have ever called me in your life before, they will send a text to me. Are you getting me? They will send a text, and then they are now using me to come and pursue recovery. I'll say, what happened? Why are people sending your business activity to me? So that's the way it works. It is not human beings that send that text. It is the system. Are you getting me? It is the system that sends that to people that will recover. Because if they don't recover, there will be a problem. So microfinance bank, whether it is fintech or traditional banking, is quite crucial. A lot of businesses have been helped, but we need their presence in the rural areas where they are mostly, so that crime and all kinds of hazards can reduce. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yes, I hope we are really getting the gist of the conference. Like I told you earlier when I came, you will know that your time you spent here now is a new chapter in your life. You can see getting this kind of lecture, you know, how to invest in a microfinance bank, the benefits as an investor and as a customer. You can see, for me, this is the first time I'm even listening to the real operations of a microfinance bank. There is quite a lot of, the gap is there. We want to see more of consultants in this microfinance. Yes, I think we'll take it from there. Yeah, okay. So I think I will just call on the convener to just speak for us. 3 minutes, Chief.
Yeah, but this clothes, they do me one kind.
Okay, no, you are the convener. Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's loud enough? Yes. I saw this thing. Can I use that? No, this is loud enough. Yeah. Leo, where are you heading to? Good.
So I should open the.
No, not my own. I just want to speak as temporary.
Okay. You can.
No. Once more, thank you very much. Sam, I wonder why not in Unilag or ABU, professoring or professing. I was here and I was so impressed by what you did, extempore as it were. Though you have the stuff there, but you weren't looking at them. That is what we call experience. You don't buy it. I told people who were here in the morning that I knew him through his friend, Ken. When I came back from ITE-OZUBULU on January 2nd, 2016, over 9 years ago, I retired young at 54 in December 2014. And I moved straight to my village in ITE-OZUBULU so that I live the rest of my life with my brethren. Because what is it about? I don't envy people who are in folks' richest men, etc., because they have a lot of headaches. Oh, I'm 10 billion this. So as soon as I train my children or I got enough money to train them, I said, I'm calling it quits. And I didn't want to stay in Lagos because I was running an accounting firm. I don't want clients to come and, oh, Tasman is following me up and down. I went to the village. And at times, when they call, network won't be there, and I will tell them I'm in the village, nothing. So I wanted to stay in the village, but I think I'm a child of God. I will dedicate my life to God. Because if I hadn't been forced out of the village because of security issues in December, January 2016, today, all these Okite people, I don't go. Because the Southeast, we have to say, the Southeast is not the Southeast that we used to know. But Soludo is doing a great job. So let me come back. So I wanted to set up a microfinance bank there so that I will, say, be impacting into the economy of the village. I've gotten architects to design a 2-story building, everything, and it will be on Trunk A Road, on Nature Owerri Highway. But unfortunately, I wanted to do more. I wanted to be the president general of my town, ITE-OZUBULU Town Union, Development Union. And I entered into politics. And that was what brought me back here, because the local politicians here were like, where is this man coming from to come and take a walk? But what I had in mind was different entirely from what they are doing and what they have in mind. So when I had security issues, my life was threatened, etc., I ran back here. The design and the whatever I wanted to set a 2-story building, and then my younger fellow, because I was in Zenith Bank, the first pioneer manager of the first upcountry branch outside Lagos in Onitsha. That was in 1992 to 93. So my younger colleague at both Pricewaterhouse. I was in Pricewaterhouse between 83 and 90 before I entered those states. My younger colleague at both Pricewaterhouse, and he later met me in Zenith. He became the managing director of Zenith Bank, Peter Amambo. So I met him in his office. The only day I climbed that Zenith Heights. And his office is bigger than the entire place here. So bankers fear them all. I met him in his office and told him my plans. I was setting up a microfinance bank in my village, but I want it to be like it's a Zenith Bank because the structure I had in mind was equally very, very good. Two-story building, etc. on Trunk A Road. So I told him I would like to use my customers to use a Zenith Bank ATM or apps, etc., etc. And he agreed. And my focus was that if I tell customers that if you pay in money in my bank or use my bank, that when you want to withdraw, you can withdraw using your ATM in any of the Zenith banks. So the plan was really good. But when I keep telling people, once they cut this one, you're gone. When my life was about threatened, I was at risk, and it was closed. I ran away, 2nd January 2016. I ran away and came back to Lagos because I already have the plan, the business plan. I said, let me set up this microfinance bank in Lagos so that even my people will see what they missed out, trying to, etc. That was when Ken Iweha introduced me to Sam. He was working in a microfinance bank then in Ikeja. I'd wanted their own, but along the line, the managing director who was trying to sell it saw my plans and probably thought, let him use my plans to do it. And I met Sam, and for over 3, 4, 5 months, we were identifying good banks. And the one I had wanted to buy, I asked him about it today. The name was Cardinal Stone on Agege, Cardinal Rock on Agege. It was perfect. And because I had shares in the stock, shares in the NGS, I gave instruction the day we were to sign the document. I gave instruction to my stockbrokers that as soon as I tell you sell everything, because after signing the money will get to the man. I'm very, very positive man. I don't know why. So when I went there, the person that will sign the signature that is transferring, you were there, sir, that he will be transferring the holdings to me as it were. I was like, oh, this is a nice place, etc., etc. When I finished, I thought the man would sign. I told my stockbroker to sell, that we'll soon sign, so that, because I've given them checks, which I didn't date. The man all of a sudden remembers that he was traveling to America that day. I think the microfinance bank was owned by the family or the father. That he was traveling to America that day, that I should give him 1 week or so to look at the documents again. Documents Sam must have given him about a week or 2 ago. To cut a long story short, the man says, let's defer it till he gets to America and read it. I said, no problem. 1 week passed, he didn't get back to me. 2 weeks, he didn't get back to me. And I remembered that I have an in-law who was then the manager of Central Bank in Lagos. So I said, let me just go and see this man. When I went, the man was harassing me because of what you'll be giving me, etc., as in-law. You have refused to come here, blah, blah, blah. And eventually, when I told him what I came for, he said that, look, you get. That microfinance bank was already on the list of the stress banks that the central, waiting for, we're talking about 2016, waiting for Buhari to get up and sign. And they will, and he said that the day they will liquidate it, they won't even bother who is running it again. They will just liquidate it. So that was how I said, and he called an AGM immediately and said, this man is my in-law. He wants to set up a microfinance bank. Within 2 months or so, give him a brand new license. I now went home and thought over everything. I said, let me remain small. Because if I had set up that microfinance bank, I would have cut short my retirement because I will run it. So I said, let me be enjoying my money no matter how small. So Sam, you did a good job. But like I normally do when I start this conference, I'm an Arsenal fan, and I was there when Arsene Wenger was for over a period of time. So whenever I see a winning team, I don't replace them. So we'll be having another conference here in April because it's whatever. You'll be here. You'll be here. You won't say no. You'll be here. He was in my conference in October. And he has been a permanent feature, October, December, February. And the one we'll be holding in April is a guru in that. It will be on corporate governance, but we can tie it up with government governance. He's a guru there. So we will set the date, and you will come in again. And permit me to use this opportunity to welcome another guru, a permanent feature, but it was during our national task conference. Engineer Joe Makwe. He was a guest speaker for 3 occasions or so. And because he lives across on the Banana Island or so, anytime we are doing this conference here, whether he's a speaker or not, he will breeze in. But he will usually breeze out because he's a very busy man. Joe, stand up for recognition. Thank you very much. He used to be a special advisor to one of the ministers. So he's retired too. And a petroleum engineer with over 30 years experience. Am I right? Very young. Very young. He's done well for himself. Let me equally use the opportunity, sorry I'm taking some time, to thank Anambra State government. I keep seeing their faces anytime I organize conference. Minimum 3 since we started October 2023. I thought they are coming because they want to learn about IGR and how to get all those Soludo people off the way and modernize it. But today we are doing on economic challenges and retiring young. I don't know whether they plan to equally retire young. So I thank, there are 4 of them, I can see 4 faces, probably more than 4, but I noticed 4 faces. 1, the 2 ladies, and the Oga himself. Maybe Oga should stand up for recognition. It's Barrister Leo Chieboka, SSA. I don't know some of these things. I don't know the difference between SSA, SA, etc. But he's the liaison officer for Anambra State in Lagos here. So, guys, is it SSA or SA? Which one? Or any of them? Thank you very much. You've been inviting me to your office since we knew each other over 16 months ago. I've been dodging, but this time around, I must come, okay? So we come. And a couple of other people who are coming for the first time. Thank you. And today, since we've been having, the first time we did it in Anthony Village, that's our course, we had about over 50, 60 people. But when we started doing online, hybrid, a lot of people are on online now here. The number trimmed down, but today, the number is up. That shows me something, that a lot of people want to know about how to unlock this financial freedom so that they can retire young. And how I wish this thing was done in Anambra State, where the Okites are confusing a lot of youth, that come and do Okite, then money will start flowing. Anyway, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, convener. Please, let's give another round of applause again. Yes, I think we we are really getting there, and we started very well. I hope we are also now unlocking the financial freedom. We're in the spirit now, we are doing that. Okay. Then we also listen from Pastor Sam, the impact of microfinance banking on economic development. Like I said, yes, that is when we talk of financial inclusion. That is one aspect that a lot of work needs to be done. My village too, we share the same thing. There is no microfinance bank there, but only one commercial bank. Virtually, the whole of the local government, just one commercial bank. And you will see that without a financial institution in a local government, you can't have economic development. You can't. So we'll discuss, we'll look at it and see how, like Chief said, you know, in the rural area, the villages, our sense of value has gone down. So thank God for his life. He had to escape from the village to Lagos. It's like that everywhere. Not only in the East, sir. Even in the Niger Delta, where I come from. But I have developed a philosophy, okay, that instead of fear and be running away, let us also stand and face them. Now one day, man, they die now. It's one day. Yes. All die now, die. Now one day. So let's face it. And I've made promise here that I'm not going to run away. In fact, I am due to be in my village next week. Yes. Yes. If they are going inside the river to enter there and talk to the river goddess, I will go. If they are going inside a shrine to do whatever, tie, cut something here, that when you shoot, you will not enter, I will go. Yes, it's fire for fire. Those of us who are putting on time, we have waited for them too long. We have given them the opportunity. And you know the problem? These are young people in the village that you saw them growing up. So why all of a sudden they become so like, they become terror. And they will be harassing you. So we want to tell them that we came to this world before them. And we want peace. But if you say you don't want peace, we'll give you trouble also. So on that note, I think we will try to do some little exercise. Chief, is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, we'll be sitting down for quite some time now.
That's another permanent feature in our program. Welcome.
This one. This should be the next one.
Not your own pen.
No, it's this one.
Yeah.
Wait. Deacon Basil. Deacon Basil. Arama. Okay, building multiple income stream. That's why we'll do 2 minutes exercise. I'm not the one taking it.
I understand. I want to open some.
Okay, open it. Okay, yeah. That's good. So we'll just do some exercise. You said you do. You'll coordinate. Okay.
That's for the decade.
Yes, but we'll just do a little exercise. So let's just exercise our legs. Can we just stand up? You know, stretch your legs. Yeah, just 5 minutes. Stretch your legs. Yes. Turn. Yeah.
Okay.
Stretch your legs. You can network with each other. Stretch your legs. See.
We'll just be using.
Yeah, I will show the person when the person
Yes,
comes.
yes.
Oh, okay, but my own cost maker they use it.
No,
All that the same.
Yeah. Either this or this, like this.
Okay, so like this, like this, like this, like this. Long ago. Wow. Never seen it. Okay, so okay, I will come back. Let me go back to the beginning. Okay. Okay, let's get seated. Yeah, let's get seated. So is Basil around?
I said it was here before you.
Where is this?
The man on shoot.
Okay.
Because the one people to open account today.
Where is it? Okay, the registrar.
The registrar says
Now my professional colleague.
it's talking on diversifying.
Okay, let's get seated. Let's get seated. So, again, I welcome you back after that short exercise. Yes. So we are now recreating now. We are renewed, and we want to continue. So you can see where we are going. It is still the conference Unlocking Financial Freedom, and we've heard all the speakers. So now I will just call on Deacon Basil Aharawa. Did I get that correct? Aharawa. Oh, where is he? Okay, yes. But let's just Aharawa. Okay, I will go with Basil, no problem. Deacon Basil. Yes, and he will be talking to us on building multiple income streams, diversifying your wealth for a secure future. I want us to listen to that presentation And I know we are going to really benefit a lot, of course, coming from a deacon. What do you expect? One thing about financial freedom, I keep saying, we must have the intention to become free. And that is the only way. So is Deacon with us here now? Okay, let's clap for him. Deacon, you are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. You are welcome, sir. There.
You are welcome, everybody. It's a tasking job for one to come in after a near, nothing is perfect, only God is perfect, but a near perfect presentation done by, where I see now? The microfinance presenter. That's a very, very wonderful presentation. But actually, we are here. I have a purpose. We are here to make money. Money is the matter. Money is the matter. It's the beginning of why we are here. Because the Bible says it. It said, money answered all things. Money answered all things. And if you have not started with making money, it will be very difficult for any of us to achieve the goal we have in mind. So I want us to start by saying to ourselves, we must put our hands to work. And I know that the caliber of people I'm seeing here have their hands to work. It's now, after your hands have worked, my brother here talked about savings. You have made income. You are saved. How do you use the money you have made? Because if you make money and you have not saved, you have not utilized it properly, what you have done is squandering money. And when you have squandered their money, there's no goal. Nothing has happened. Squandering is very, very negative when it comes to making money. So let's start by saying that we must have the attitude of saving money. If you make money and finish the whole money, you cannot start anything. So it is very, very important for us to have the attitude of saving. And saving means don't finish what you get. Be intentional about it. Be intentional about it. Are you going to save 2% of your income? Are you going to save 10% of your income? Whatever decision you have taken, keep to it, because you are planning for the future. And when I was preparing my presentation, I said something about the youths, but most of them are not available now. They are not here. Okay, we have some young ones behind. You have to start early. To plan for the future. You have to start early to plan for the future. Chief Ijezie retired early. So we are talking of the future and retirement. The future and retirement. We have heard of people who have attained a level of financial freedom. When you attain financial freedom, what it means is that you can wake up in the morning, look around you, check, you go back to sleep. For no reason. Not that you are sick, not that you are tired. You just look around. Nah, but today, I'm not going anywhere. And your son comes to you and says, Daddy, I need $1 million. You say, what do you want to use it for? You say, take. Take. And you go back to sleep. So that is a level of financial freedom. It cannot be total, but it's a level of financial freedom. Again, how do you use the money you have made? He mentioned it. I'm a Christian. If you have made money, and your brother is suffering, your community is in pain, then go and check the kind of money you have made. It's not the kind of money we need. You should be able to get to a level where you will be able to help the society. But my main reason for being here is to let us know what are the kind of things you can do to ensure that you have money while you sleep. The first thing is to have a what they call side hustle. Side hustle. That means you'll be making money apart from your I did a 9 to 5 job. I'm still the managing director of the company based on consultancy. But my main work involves sitting in the office, running around, consulting, working with stock exchange, working with Securities and Exchange Commission, making reports, and then answering. Of course, I have gone to EFCC before. Let me have my water. You suffer, and nobody realizes it. How did I know Chief Ijezie? We started working together for CNI. What are you for CNI? Tax consultant. So whenever we are going to do an issue, I'll come to that. I'm just taking these things bit by bit.
At a point, the accountant
the reporting accountant.
When they went to the market. The second time when they raised the ITE public offer twice.
I will come to that because I'm a shareholders person. So when we take companies to the market to raise funds, people have to invest. I'm not an IT person. Come on. I want to go to the next slide. Okay, all right. So I've talked about the future. I've talked about retirement. It's always important that we prepare ourselves for the future, especially financially. And when you retire healthy, strong, and well balanced. So what are the objectives? What are the objectives of having multiple revenue sources? Objectives of having multiple revenue sources. Not depending on one source of income. I think we have to put that in mind. Not depending on one source of income. it's important that when you have other sources of income, your mind and your system will be a little bit at rest. Why? If the owners of the business where you are working just stand up one day and say, job has finished, you raise your hand and say, ah. And at that point, like I said earlier, your child comes in and says, our school fees is due. The man gets hypertensive immediately. Get hypertensive immediately. So it's important that you think of something else. And like I said, one income cannot be enough. One income cannot be enough. One source of income cannot be enough. This is very simplistic. In our Nigeria of today, one income cannot be enough. The inflation is eroding whatever you earn. Inflation is eroding it. You get up today, ordinary carrot. You buy. The other day I went to the market. The boy was saying, I said, how much is this one? He said 1,000. I said, this 1,000. So if you were buying that quantity of carrot when you were earning 500,000, today you are going to the market to buy the same quantity of carrot at 1,000. It has touched your income. But if you have another source of income, your main money is there. You just use that to buy it. And you continue. Not as if it is comfortable, but the point is that you are able to mitigate the effect on you. Of course, our saving, he has said that. If you have other sources of income, you can save. You can save. Especially if you have that propensity, if you have that intention, that plan to save, you can save. That is it. But if you are the kind of person that wants to squander your income, this message is not for you. What I'm saying is, learn to save money. Money is good, but if you don't save it, if you don't handle it properly, it will be a regret. So learn to save money and have a retirement plan. We have talked about that. I want to be right because these things are already things we already had. Have a retirement plan and invest for the present and future. Now, when we come to investment, I will carry along my stockbroker friends and all that. Investment. That's the main reason for this course, this topic. Invest so that you will not be taken unawares. But where will you invest? That is what we are going to talk about. Equip yourself for multiple income. Time to start. If you are young and you didn't start, and you start getting old, you can still start. There is no time stated that you should start. As we are hearing this now, let's start. It is our time. It is our time to start. If you have not started, no matter how old you are. And we need training. The training we need is information. If you have information and you want to apply the training, we will tell you those you are going to meet. If you have information that is good to invest in equities, who will you go to? We will tell you that today. That is the essence of this training. I've mentioned to understand and learn how to manage money. Now let's go back to creating multiple income streams. When it comes to creating multiple income streams, I'm a registrar and I work in the capital market. Where is the capital market? Capital market is part of the financial system. You have the capital market, you have the money market. But for me, I'm in the capital market, where long-term funds are raised. Long-term funds are raised in the capital market. But how do you benefit as a person in this capital market? So, capital market is where companies come to raise money for major projects. They want to raise money for major projects. And when they come to raise money, they want investors to be part of that activity. And how does it work? We have mentioned CNI leasing here. I used to be the registrar for CNI leasing. CNI leasing will come to the market. There are other organizations that work for CNI. They want to raise maybe 100 billion or 50 billion. Who will give them the 50 billion? Share people in the market, other people. So in raising that money, they need the stockbrokers, they need the issuing house, they need the registrar, they need the reporting accountants, and all other functionaries. Why the that kind of investment is very important is that from time to time, you have put your money for that company. From time to time, they pay you dividend. They pay dividend to shareholders. If the company is doing very well, they pay bonus. They give you bonus on your investment. So that's the investment you have. You have saved your money and you have invested your money to make returns on your investment. But as we go on, we are going to look at what happens. Where is the best place to invest? If you are a risk taker, where would you put your money? If you are averse to risk, where do you put your money? If you want to invest long, where do you put your money? If you want to invest short, for example, I want to invest money that will make returns in the next 3 months, in the next 6 months. Where would I keep my money? I don't need to wait for 1 year before I have returns. So that's where we are going to. So you invest in the stock market. I've advised that. When we get there, we'll conclude it. You can also do real estate investment. Real estate investment. I remember then one of my uncles went to Ekpe, towards Ogun State. Bush, pure bush. Land then was about, I think he bought a plot of land, 20,000 or so. In the meantime, I remember that I said, this man has foresight. 20,000, and he bought about he worked in an oil company. He bought about 30 or 40 plots of land. I said, what's this man going to do with this thing? He bought it like that and left do his own thing. About 10 years after, he wanted to do a project somewhere. And land then became like up to 4 million for a plot. Up to 3 or 4 million. So all he needed to do was sell about 5 plots, and he had made about 20 to 30 million. But even if you cannot do that, right now you can do real estate. There are people who have made it in real estate. you can do real estate marketing. And part of real estate marketing is what we call land banking. I know of a company that does land banking. What is land banking? You invest in part of a land, and you are paid the returns from that money. You can invest 1 million. You can invest 2 million. While the plot itself may cost about 15 million. As you continue, you can invest for 1 year. After 1 year, they pay you, about 27% of the money you have invested, about 27% returns. They can roll over the amount. With time, you might have enough money, but once you have concluded on that land, the price of the land becomes fixed for you. It cannot increase with time. Land increases, but for this arrangement, it cannot increase. P1 does it. There's a group like P1. And the other one, my son is into that business, does it too. The essence is that you must be doing something. You must be saving money. You must be doing investment. That is the key words here. You can also create an online business. E-commerce, that one is common now. It's common. If you have specialized skills, you can do freelancing and consulting. I'm a consultant. I can't, in fact, the 9 to 5 business is gone, even though I'm still consulting for them. It's because I have a specialized skill. They still need my services. Even though I have not, don't report me, I've not registered with SEC. I've not registered with SEC, but I do, advisory services. Advisory services in the sense that if you need a kind of investment, you come to me, I'll take you to where you do it, and whoever is getting that business will pay me some money. Somebody just called me. I know why that person is calling. I know why the person is calling. There's a business that is available, and I decided to direct you to that person. So, if you have specialized skills, use them appropriately. Use them. Make money. There are so many of them. Online courses, create and sell digital products. There are so many. But find something to do. Go to AI. There are, so many places you can do something. Do something and make money, so that you can invest. Now, why is diversification essential? Why is diversification essential? What I mean by diversification is putting your money in different aspects, different areas. Why is it essential? Okay, do I have it? No, just leave it. Okay. So why is diversification essential?
I think it's an proof.
Okay. Number one, you will reduce risk. I mentioned risk here. Some people don't like taking risks. Like me, I'm always very careful when I invest. I'm always very, very careful. So you reduce risk. That is you spread your risk. You spread your risk. There are two major areas in the financial sector. You either invest in the money market or you invest in the equity market. Now, when it comes to money market, treasury bills, for example, can reduce your risk for those who don't like risk. But income, the returns on treasury bills may be small or may not be as much as you have in the equity sector. In the equity sector, there are companies that are returning above the inflation rate. Returning above inflation rate. That's why I said when I get here, my brother. I think Zenith has done very well. Done very well. But even at that, you have to have heart. Because Zenith, you might say Zenith is good. You keep it. Some people buy stocks and leave the stocks there. And they are projecting that Zenith will return this. When it gets there, Zenith will crash. Crash below the money they invested. So you have to be, very, very articulate when you carry out investment. But in the money market, because the money market sector is backed by most of them by government, you are sure of your investment. You are sure of your investment. You are sure that if they say they will give you 10%, when it gets to that point, 10%, you will get it on your returns. It will not be as much as what you receive in the equity market. But then, you are sure of your investment. Let's move on. Building multiple income will assure you of financial independence. My brother said that too. Financial independence. We are sure that whenever you want to do what you want to do, you will do it. You will do it. What happened to, may he so rest in peace, our man in Access Bank. He has a particular occasion. They say he loves that particular sport. And he was going there. Not for business. He was going to enjoy himself. He was going to enjoy himself with his wife and his child. And I heard that even when there were some reports of weather problem, he said, no, I have made up my mind to go there. And they went to continue to go. So when you have come to a level of financial independence, you decide on what to do. You decide on what to do. So building multiple income streams will bring you to the level of financial independence. I don't know, I'm not saying some of us have made money, but thank God for the kind of thing we are doing. You can stay at home and do your connections. You don't need to rush to the office. There's no need. You stay at home and then do your work. I was in the office one day where I consult. And then one man was there with the group managing director. She was introducing me to the man. You've not met Basil. Basil does not come to the office, but his presence is felt anytime, any day. anytime, any day. When the said DG wants to see somebody, he doesn't know any of them. Say, I want to see Basil. Well, simple. So, and when we get there, he has one SEC officer that used to come to my office there. Once he steps in, he says, aha, I thought you are not here. I say, yes, what's the problem? And he said, I don't want to quarrel today. I'm not quarreling with you. Tell me what you want. You know, so we have that, relationship. Because I'm not depending, money is okay, but I have other things to do. Building diverse income streams takes time. We have had that. It takes efforts. We have had that. It takes long-term financial stability. We have had that. But the information we have today, and I'm happy about it, is that you can start small. You can start small. In those days when we used to go to work every day, we used to follow, I didn't have a car, we used to follow one man. The man he has an office. But when we get there, we all pay small money to him. So he was doing what you call kabu. Exactly. He was doing kabu. So he had to bring, at least the money we'll pay for the transportation, we buy the fuel. When fuel was affordable. Anyway, not now. It's still affordable. So, always do something that is apart from your income. Do something that is apart from your income. That's additional income. You can start a business, whatever kind of business. I want to find out from all of us here. We have had the Oga Microfinance. Oga, if you want to start a business, what kind of business do you want to do? Yeah, if they, for me, they say, what do you want to do? Bam, I'll mention it.
Yes. So
Yes.
depends. If you're not thinking
Yes,
about it,
yes.
it will depend.
It will depend.
So that.
I have more than 5 businesses that I invest.
Okay. Mention one of them, sir.
Okay. Go to North, selling yam, that's one of them. Then I have a meal that I'm producing.
Okay, beautiful. My wife handles this adjust thing. And then of course she sells palm oil. And I tell you, okay, you do palm oil. Exactly. And at some point, she gets more money than me. I'm telling you.
With your time.
So that's the truth. So we have indirectly delved into the financial market. We have talked about the financial market. If you want to hear more about the financial market, after this program, 2 of us will sit together, and then you come. I'm a registrar, and every day, registrars are working together with stockbrokers. It's either they're working in peace, or they are. So we understand ourselves.
I'm also a registrar.
Have you done the exam?
No, I wrote the exam. I'm certified already.
Oh.
In the institute.
Thank God for that. So we work together. So if you want to hear anything about the market, bond market, equity, which one did I mention? Treasury bills, all of them. We'll talk about it. So we've mentioned about the money market. We've talked about it. We talked about how you can invest short. We have the commercial papers. We have the certificate of deposit. These are documents, you know, when you invest in. I don't know.
Just the talk, let me see.
Hello? Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Okay. So, hello? So, the money market is mainly about borrowing. Those who, you have the, what they call, corporate bodies that come to borrow money. That's what they do. And you as an investor, you lend. After some time, depending on the period of time, you can have a document, like here we say commercial papers, certificates of deposits and all that, and treasury bills, to establish that you invested a certain amount of money there. The good thing about it is that you can recover your money at any point in time. You can recover your money, but the income there is not as much as you have in the, capital markets. So we've talked about treasury bills. Treasury bills are issued by CBN. CBN issues treasury bills on behalf of the federal government. And why it is very, 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 very solid is that federal government is backing it up. It is backed by federal government. And I believe, I have talked to one man who invested money in treasury bills, and he said, no, I cannot stop investing in treasury bills because federal government can never fail. Can never fail. We've talked about benefits of investing in the money market, of course, liquidity, diversification, and security. You have security in that market. You have security in that market, for sure. If you invest in the money market, you are sure that your money will come back to you, plus the interest available. Okay. I'm watching it.
It's the volume of the movie. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so money market is good to invest because of security, and of course diversification. You have to diversify your investment. Put some in the money market, put some in the equity market. It is very, very important. If you are young, very young, like this gentleman here, you can take the risk of the equity market. You can take the risk. But then investment mix is very, very important. Investment mix. You put money here, you put money there. You put money in the capital market. You put money in land banking, like I said. That is. And in the money market, bond market, federal government issues bonds from time to time. You have what they call savings bond. Savings bond. If you attach yourself to a broker, or a financial advisor, you will know when these things happen. If you attach yourself to Codros, to Centurion, my own company, to some of these equity stockbroking firms, you will know when they happen, and you invest your money. So let us have our ears to the ground and invest in this market so that we have other sources of income. You have the federal government issuing bonds. You have the state government that issues bonds. You have what they call municipal bonds, but from local governments and all that. And then you have corporate bonds from companies. CNI Leasing has issued corporate bonds severally, and they made their money. So we've talked about equities, where you can buy shares in the market, buy shares of companies that issue their shares for public to buy. I don't know how to, drum it down, but it's important because the returns from these investments include dividend payment. You can receive dividend payments from the companies that issue the shares. So the investor has certain rights in the company and receive dividends and bonus. Okay. I've mentioned about the regulators in the market. I think I said it here. We have a Security and Exchange Commission, which is the apex controller of the market. SEC is like the central bank when it comes to the capital market. You cannot do anything without registering with SEC. I'm a registered member with SEC. You will do all the arrangements. That is why there is integrity. There is integrity in the market. I remember when we did the rights issue for Diamond Bank, and it was oversubscribed. So somebody came to me. I don't want to mention the place the person is from. I said, Basil, do you know we can keep this money and then make some percentage from it by fixing it? So I told him, I said, come again. And he said, you can fix it, and then for 1 month before they require the money to be paid back to the shareholders. I cannot do that. I cannot do it. We would have made millions. But I said, I cannot do it. That is how the market has control. You do that and SEC finds out. That's all. It's over for you. It's over. So if you want a safe place to put your money, it's in the capital market. It's in the capital market. When the time for payment, dividend payment is due, registrar will calculate your dividend and pay you. If it was when we used to issue certificates and all that, if an offer is done, registrar within a limited time issue certificates to all the shareholders qualified. Oversubscribed portion paid back to all the shareholders. It's a market with integrity. If there's anywhere government has done well in Nigeria, it's in this area. The market has integrity and it has security. I'm not saying that there are no fraudulent people. That Abuja I went to for EFCC, somebody connived with somebody and took the dividend of a major shareholder, running in millions, tens and twenties of millions. They carried out an investigation. And the EFCC said, call your MD. I went there. I carried out investigations, but I had to stay there for about 2 days. You cannot, the MD, I don't know how that thing happened. The MD cannot sit in an office and somebody carries out a fraud. So that is very important. So the MD has integrity. If you don't have integrity, you cannot do that. Just like the microfinance person said. You cannot. So we have the NGX as the Nigerian Stock Exchange now, and we have these are the people regulating the market. NGX is mainly for share sales, transfers, and then the stockbrokers are those that handle the sale of shares. If you want to sell your shares, talk to a stockbroker. After this meeting, I can advise you, I can introduce a stockbroker to you, who will advise you, where you can talk to somebody and the person will buy shares for you or sell for you. And then I'm the registrar. Let me tell you what registrars do. Registrars, every company must have a registrar. And the registrar's job is to handle the primary and secondary market of the company. So in conclusion, I would like to encourage us to play more, to do more business in the capital market. Do more business in the capital market. Save your extra money. Save your extra money. The market is doing very well. The market is doing very well right now. Even though I'm not a young man, but I'm still investing my money in the equity market. I'm still doing equity business. And I will tell you what I want to do with my money. It's either I'm waiting for capital appreciation or good dividend payout. I will tell you, this company, I have done the analysis. I think what I'm expecting here is, let's wait. Don't sell. Let's wait for 3 months, 4 months, 5 months, and the market will rise. If I bought shares at 10 naira and I wait for maybe about 6 months, it gets to 17 naira, I will instruct you immediately, sell. Don't do any other analysis for me. Sell and let me have my money. But if for any reason I know, just like in those days, what is it called? This company that was paying huge dividend in the food specialty. Nestle. Hi. Put your money there.
And go to sleep.
They are ready to pay even from the one they will
They
chop.
pay from reserve.
They pay from
They pay
yes.
from reserve.
So you'll be advised, get a stockbroker, get proper advice, but the most important thing is get a side hustle. Do something else apart from this the main work you are doing. It may not be the kind of job you will enjoy. If you are a dancer, you can dance and make extra money. If you are, just do something legitimate, something legal, and make extra money. Apart from your regular income. My daughter is into, my son is into, my daughter is digital person. That she does all these things for me. Then my son is a professional marketer. So think of something else to do, and then you make more money and become independent after some time. Don't depend on one income. Do something extra for yourself. Thank you very much.
Vicky, thank you very much. You are an honorary stockbroker, right? Yes, now what you have done. Thank you very much, Dickie. Let's give a round of applause again. Now, he has told us how to diversify our income. That is, you are not supposed to put all your eggs in one basket. You need to
Follow that basket.
okay. Because you need to diversify. So that, like he said, if one source of income has issue, another source, the income will continue to flow. He made very important points. Save, and you shall be saved. Save, and you shall be saved in the future. Yes.
That's a good one.
You have to save, and you shall be saved. Yes, save, for you shall be saved. The first save is S-A-V-E. The other one is S-A-F-E-D. Yes. Like I said, in the future, if you don't save now, you can't be saved in the future. And there are two best times to plant a tree. 20 years ago and now. 20 years ago and now. So we should take the advice he has given us and try to practice it. He also talked about our attitude of saving. Like I said earlier, saving is habits. You must cultivate that habit of saving. You know? So we should not complain that the money is not enough. Our take home is not enough to take us home. If we continue to complain, it is complaint we will get. So, I'll just call you in. So, Dickie, thank you very much. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. And I hope we are not tired, though. I hope, please, let's just stretch our hands again. I could see some people trying to change their religion. Please don't change your religion. Don't knock your head. Okay, not to waste so much time, I will call on the convener to introduce our next speaker. Our next speaker, and that one is going to be telling you about data-driven. You know, this is they tell you analytics. They tell you big data. You know? They tell you mine the data. They speak to the data. That is what we keep hearing. So the next paper will be taking that on data-driven strategies for diversifying your income stream. But I'll call on the convener, Chief. It's my pleasure and honor to call you so that you can introduce the next speaker. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. But before then, I want to thank the King Basse. We've known, like I said earlier, we've known each other for close to 30 years now, if not more. And when we were to do a physical launch of Akulu Nottingham Forum in Owerri, he played a significant role in getting what was that biggest hotel in Owerri? Concord Hotel, etc. Because I didn't want for politicians to think that it was politically motivated. I earlier refused to get the governor to be part of it. But people told me that you can't go to a state and the governor won't be chief host or something. So we modified, we got a lot of people. I called them innocent to be part of either the chairman or the speakers. But he told me then, we were to hold it December 30, 2020, that he was flying abroad to attend the daughter's convocation in US or so. But we got Koscharis to be the chairman. Everybody knows Koscharis. We got one big chap in Aka Ikenga what's his name again? I saw him the day we went to pay last respect to our wiki for our friend. Ken, one big chap, Asoloka, yeah, Dr. Chris Asoloka, was to be the guest speaker. We got Professor Greg of Gregory University to be one of the keynote speakers, one Professor GUK. We organized everything, and by 30th of October, we have gotten everything. And my good friend was to get the army people. He knew army people who would guard us, amongst other things. But I think when Owerri prison was broken, Owerri prison was broken before then. When these boys went to Owerri prison, and arms were all over the place. And a lot of, then at Akuluno, we have a lot of guys from abroad who were to come. And COVID was accelerating a bit then, and I said as the chairman that everybody from abroad, including the dames, would like to embrace me. And I don't know whether after that COVID will take me on. And I said that all these boys that broke into Owerri, everybody was having God. They wouldn't know that I'm a poor man. They would just say, who is the chairman, and carry it. So we just canceled it, and we never had a physical launch. And I'm not sure, Basse, maybe you will say it here, whether you have forgiven me for canceling it unilaterally as it were. Have you forgiven me? That was over 5 years ago, or close to that. Halfway. So just to let you people know how close we were, I gave him that authority, and I'm from Anambra State, and some people were saying, let's go to Enugu State, but I said no. Owerri was the hospitality center of the Southeast that we were going to do it there. Because in 2007, sorry, at times I move into unrelated areas. In 2007, my firm, that was before I retired. I retired 2014. My firm was engaged by the governor of Imo State to carry out staff audit for the 27 local governments area in Imo State. But wahala there. The chap, a commissioner who got me the assignment, didn't tell me that I was working for him rather than working for the state government. And I'm not used to giving a gunja or whatever. So I did a billing that will cover the cost of the assignment and my profit. But at the end, I never took him into account because I reasoned that he was being paid. But at the end, I could only get 25% of the cost. The remaining 75% went into his account. And I engaged my good friend and neighbor then, Festus Keyamo-san, to sue Imo State government for me. And he did. But my friend, one day he called me on phone and said, I told you not to worry. The letter you wrote to the government is here. Should I read it for you on phone? Are you people? Festus Keyamo wrote a petition to the governor of Imo State then, or Hakim Ikedi. And my friend, who was the commissioner that gave me the job and took 75% of it, I got Festus Keyamo, he's alive today, to write a petition and to go to court. And the guy said, you are still wasting your money. Oh. See the letter that you wrote to the governor. Can I read the contents for you? It was then I said to myself that I will never ever engage in doing any work for government of any state. That's why the Anambra State people who are here, their SSA is out. If people are inviting me to your office, probably if I was ready to do work for another state government, I will come, and probably one thing will lead to the other. But I said no, I won't do any job for government again. So that is on that part. Then, Basse, why I thought you were going and I called you back, my friend here can confirm it. Winning team, we don't change it. So the date of the next conference is April 16, and the four speakers today will still be around. He has assured me that since it's corporate governance, he will be part of it. So you will be friends now. I'm seeing him for the first time today, so I have a limit to how I can move him. But you, that your daughter, if you no agree, you go get wahala. So April 16, we'll be here on corporate governance, and the four speakers will still be around. Then maybe after that, one person will drop, and we continue. June, we continue, etc., etc. So on that note, I thank you very much for your acceptance. I know he had accepted already. And Sam will equally accept. Let's look at the corporate governance issues of a microfinance bank. And our good friend was actually the one who mooted it that he will be here since he's on corporate governance. So he's coming to deal with the data-driven analytics. My second son is doing a master's on data-driven. They call it no, they call it data analytics. That's my second son, and he read economics at the University of Babcock University, and he told me that most likely before the end of this year he will qualify as a ACCA, the London one. But my first son, who I paid a lot of money for him to go to FUTO and study electrical electronics engineering, they call it elect, is the one into this fashion. But what is he doing now? He's reading for his master's in artificial intelligence. Two of them are in the same university. So when my good friend suggested that he will do artificial intelligence and machine learning, blah, 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 I just said that he must be here, and he's here. So, okay, his name is, he's a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Accountants. He's equally, has a master's in Manchester University Business School, MBA, and he's studying for MSc. And probably after that, this is what happened in December, on December 12th, when NEPA was taking light. Out of annoyance, I told Tinubu to sack the Minister of Power, Adelabu. And you know these newspaper people, they now, everything we were talking about taxation, they relegated it. They said, tax experts tells Tinubu to sack Adelabu. And they became a problem because Adelabu never met me at Price Waterhouse. I was probably 5-10 years his senior at Price Waterhouse. Ditto for what's his name? The presidential Taiwo Oyedele. I left Price Waterhouse 1990. Taiwo I probably joined there 1999. So it's this type of times. I hope newspaper people know they make una no talk. I say make them sack that guy again. Because my people from Price Waterhouse Alumni Forum were harassing me. Esprit de corps, what happened? What happened? But I said it in annoyance because that day they were taking light anyhow. But good thing that they have generator here. So, Oga was Manchester University, reading MSc now, somewhere, and he just told me when he finishes, he will do the doctorate, which, if the money Basse was talking materializes, I will sponsor the doctorate. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Can you see your paper there or you have it here?
No, it should be here.
This boy should have come.
Let me see. Well, it's even a Word document. So.
I was to do the keynote speech between 12 and 1. But all the speakers, including Basse, they were padding the time. So I hope I will still do it before the end of the day.
You do it.
Because that is what happens with our budget. When all these senators pad everything and they take everything, the budget cannot be achieved. Abi?
Where is the guy now?
Where is it?
Not here.
You don't have it here.
I don't have it organized Yeah. Chief, how did you send it to him? Email or what?
No, not email, WhatsApp.
No, what's up?
Maybe we'll just close that one.
Want to get lunch for us.
Okay.
If you can't get it, maybe I do my own, then you do after lunch.
That will be destabilizing the.
Yes, because your own should be the grand finale.
Yeah.
Should be the grand finale.
We went for lunch. I didn't know it will take so much time.
Honestly, I thought about that.
Okay, let me see.
Let's go have an hour.
Building impact, MFB. Okay.
You've seen it?
Yep.
You've seen it? Good.
Okay, so that's the beginning.
Yes.
That's the end.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Chief, for offering the scholarship. I will see if the brain will carry it, but I will try. I'm doing masters in data science, University of East London, and my dissertation is on predicting stock prices and returns using machine learning and deep learning. So some of the things I will say may be a bit technical, but I will try. I'll try to keep it low. You see, all the things we've been discussing today about investment is what is the right price to buy? How can I buy? Should I buy because this person is buying? Now, when you speak about risk, which I'm a financial risk manager from Global Association of Risk Professionals, a US-based body. Like Chief has said, I'm also a fellow of the Institute. So, as a financial risk manager, what do we really call risk? Risk is deviation from the norm. Risk is different from uncertainty. You don't know it, so you can't even manage it. But risk, you know it. That's why risk looks ahead, control looks behind. For instance, if you come to an office and something goes wrong, you don't call the risk manager and say, come and analyze this, because you were supposed to, ahead of time, identify those risks that could happen. For instance, here now, where is the exit door? Do we know? So if there is, let's say, a problem at the entrance, how do we leave? There's a risk. That's a risk. I stepped out. I was looking for the restroom. I have to go around. There is no sign. Imagine that maybe I'm having a running stomach. Maybe I would have gone from there because I will pull on myself and find a way of going home. So that's a risk. In financial market, in business, in everything, there is a risk everywhere. But like they say, the higher the risk, the higher the return. But when I was working in a bank, there is one particular sector that the higher the risk, the lower the return. Guess the sector? Transportation. I was surprised. We were sitting in a meeting. The director said, this particular portfolio is going down. No returns. They are not paying back. So when the risk was high, why is the return not high? Probably because of behavioral issues. So I want to talk to us about how to use data. Because everything we are saying here is about data. It's just about, if you get this data, how do you use this data to do
stage.
Prostitutes.
No, creative industry, entertainment. We will now, reflect that. And like you said, garbage in, garbage out. Our market will reflect the sectors that are there.
Yeah, definitely.
That is it, okay? So, but again, I must also thank you for your presentation. It's top notch. Therefore, I'm not a staff of NGX. The data sales, they will tell you, even we brokers that generate this data, we pay for it. We pay for it.
Because they are outsourcing to Bloomberg.
We pay for it. But I will tell you the good news. If you are doing it for research, and they see that here is for the purpose of maybe your MSc, PhD, now they will now tell you apply. Apply. Once they see it, those people that they are ready to support you and give you free of charge. Yes. Then another thing again, they tell you to maintain their data center. That data center on that floor, they are on the 11th floor or so, is it's more 247 power. They say they spend a lot, so they need to use data to generate some money to keep the place running. Those are some of the, because we've had series of meetings and brokers are saying, no way, we generate this data. If I put this buy, sell, we generate it, and at the end of the end of day, you now want to charge us for that. But I will just mention that there are some certain basic data, basic ones that they give to us free. Outside that, you will now pay for it. Yeah, that's it. So the exchange group is a responsible corporate organization. I need to say that here. Yeah, so on that note, I think I can, yes, Chief can come and say one or two things, then we will we'll just say one or two things. Yeah. Then we'll take a group photograph. Then after that photograph, I know we have all eaten, except me, I've not eaten. Then we will now go to the main paper. And I will just plead with you, please, we should not sleep, we should wake up and listen to the main paper from the convener himself. Let's give Chief a round of applause. It's not easy. A man in retirement, and he's doing all this every 2 months. We should commend him, we should support him the way we can, and encourage him to do more. So Chief, just one or two things, then we'll go for a group photograph.
Yeah.
Okay, Leo, you continue that photograph.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Atuma. You did a very, very good job. And when we finish today, I will call my two sons. The one doing masters in artificial intelligence, and the second one doing masters in data analytics. I will call them and commend them. I never supported when they were doing that thing, but from what you have said, my millions in dollars were materialized with time because they won't chop it alone. So thank you for everybody who is still patient, waiting for the last paper. But if we can congregate, we normally snap pictures here. If we can congregate so that we snap pictures, and thereafter I program that my paper will be from 2:30 to 4 o'clock. But I will try and see if I can reduce it because every other person has done it. Ordinarily, when you are giving a keynote speech, the keynote speaker presents his paper first before others. But as a lazy man, I say, let all these four guest speakers present theirs, so that when I will be talking, I will just be quoting them, and we call it a day. But the aspect they haven't touched, which I will elaborate on, is how do you ensure you retire early? And if you are retiring early, how would you manage your life so that you will enjoy it maximally? That's the aspect I will touch, because I retired 10 years ago, and I will disclose this. My friend here wearing a bowler card, the card, He stays in the United Kingdom for the past probably 20, 30 years. Yeah. My first trip, I keep telling my children, I've traveled abroad. My abroad was Cotonou. I went twice. And when I was working in one bank, that Ralph Obioha and Ibeto are directors. During Abacha time, they were looking for Ralph Obioha. He normally came from America for us to hold meeting in Cotonou. So when the DSS knew he was coming, knew the track that maybe they would want to go and pick him up there, he moved our meeting to Ghana. So I've traveled to Ghana once, and it was the meeting venue was near the airport. So we flew in the morning, went to the hotel, finished the meeting, and flew back. But I claim I have been to 2 countries, Ghana and Cotonou. So why I mentioned my friend here is that if this my cousin has been pressing me to go and get an international passport, that let me just volunteer to come. He will carry me there, he will pay for all the things, etc. And I've been deferring it. But when I saw you today, I remember we have a promise by June, July, I will be in London. So I will get the passport. And when I travel to London, I will now broadcast it. I've traveled at last. Let's come to take picture, man. Leo, come and arrange us. Let's take picture. I normally...
So that we can prepare for the main lecture. Let's take group photographs.
Because I'm a traditional ruler. Sorry, not a traditional ruler, a high chief from my village.
What's the difference?
So I normally use this thing so that they know that...
What is the difference between a traditional ruler
and when you were asking me what is the dressing code, I say you can suit up like Basse, or you can be like me, and you are like me. Since I retired in 2014, all my suits are in the cupboard. My children don't even, maybe because we are... Yeah. So I haven't worn suit since December 2014. So if I go to London, I won't wear suit.
You know, you'll be forced to wear when people catch you. When people catch you, you'll be forced to wear. Yes.
Very tall ones.
No, these things are shared. These are shared.
No, I have all of them. Tomorrow is Valentine.
So you go here.
We always get a better shot. Even if they come
Good. Yes. Better this way. It's your way. Don't step on people's phone. No.